guys.
Welcome, misfits. Hello out there to tonight's episode of Skeptic Bible Study Spies.
That time of the week.
Exactly. Giants and revolts. Poka poka. A poka.
So now
poka,
you
poka.
all know Amy is wearing pants. We can confirm that.
Oh my. That's right. Actually have Gavin down here. Shh.
Gavin
He's
got
good,
Gavin
though.
down on
He's
his knees
good.
again. He got the
That's
dog collar
right,
on this
baby.
time. Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
Good boy, Gavin. Good boy. Go see Praise I Am. He'll rub your belly.
Oh my. No, I think Praise is waiting for Dr. Josh. I think he had a gleam in his eye. Oh
He
my.
can keep dreaming
He
about
doesn't.
that. Yeah.
Keep dreaming.
Yeah. Keep dreaming, Praise. You have to fight Amy for it.
Anyway.
Hey, bring it to bed or
That's
get it
right, baby.
autographed.
That's right. Bring it. That's spoilers, but bring it to better,
Yeah.
where you can probably get it signed. And it goes lovely. I mean, if you're going to have a bunch of atheists reading the
Degenerates.
Bible,
Heathens.
degenerates, heathens, you might as well have an atheist handbook to the Old Testament. Nonetheless, in this episode, spies, giants, revolts. God has Moses send spies to their enemies, then has us witness a land of giants. Ooh. Before God's chosen people ultimately revolt against the almighty creator of the universe. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we swing into the book of Numbers.
Oh boy. Did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
That's right, baby. If you're out there feeling fancy on the inner tubes, don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. And now is the time
There you go.
to enable your 5G, especially at this pairing time when we need our booster shots. That's how you make sure that the 5G has been upgraded. Ding, 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 ding. But it is
Link it to
quite
your
amazing.
Apple Watch, probably.
That's right. Link's right here. Woo! I am now a superhero. You just go like
You're now-
this. I think me and Vision are one and the same. It's basically the same
You're part
thing.
of the cloud now. You are the
I'm
cloud.
part of the cloud. But not the special cloud in our last episode of Skeptic Bible Study,
Not
where
that
there was
cloud.
kind of like a personal pet cloud that was moving along. Hey, just give it googly eyes. It'll be adorable. But yes, I also want to remind you out there to set that bell icon, because that enables you to see premieres or join our live streams. In fact, we're going to have Talk Skeptic to Me episode 3 coming up. Nice little
Coming up.
premieres. But okay, he's been waiting backstage. With that, we're going to hand it over to Gilbert so he can read what he can explain what we're about to read.
Yeah.
Some
Please,
of
Gilbert.
you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
That's us.
Woo-hoo, that's right. The two schmucks. Thank you so much, Gilbert.
Thanks, Gilbert.
That's right. You can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Going for the Head This Time, KO Champ.
Smashed down the wall.
Smashed, but then it took me down. It's heavy. But yes, sending love to KO Champ, but also us from the Atheist Roundtable and Tangang Yo.
That delicious orange drink.
But are you also looking for better conversations? Are you looking to have better debates and just meet better people? Well, then why not?
I just want to go on smoking and watch dumpster fire after dumpster fire of him yelling at people and shouting them down. No, you don't want to do that. Don't waste your time doing that shit.
Came out burnt. Damn it. No, we want better conversations. That's right, baby. Simmered. Which is why tickets are on sale now. We're almost here. It's going to be October soon. Tickets on sale. And
a little over a month, about a month away. That's it.
I know, right? Oh, I love this season because it's what normal people would call Halloween decoration season, and I call decoration season. It's fantastic.
Halloween year round.
Hey, I'm just saying they bring out cute stuff. And all right, but not just us and Tangang Yo, but also Ian Davenport. To scale. This is actual to model. Somehow the other organs just kind of get shoved. But that's okay. It somehow keeps on pumping.
Does it now?
Thank you so much.
All those organs in there. All those organs.
I know. Well, you needed extra blood flow for something, James. You needed extra blood flow for something.
But if that blood flow keeps going on for more than 4 hours, you need to see a doctor about that. How many times have we told you about that?
I get into my shake weights.
You do these 18-hour marathons and...
But sending love to Ian and also...
And the preacher.
And also, that's right, we send love to the preacher, sending love to all of our theists, atheists, doesn't matter who you are, though We kind of have a little skeptical bent. You do with that what you will, though my skepticism kind of led to my atheism. But we love everybody. Could be a skeptic and a theist. We'll accept you. Come under the big tent. Though, please clean up after you do. That's once again, that's all we
need
ask
to get
for.
Aunt Jura on tape saying "Hasta la vista, baby" to the preacher.
Oh, poor Arnold. Now he's been pretty awesome. It's been crazy that he was an actor and then the governor. Though he's become quite a rational.
He was not never a fringe
lad.
He was never on like the far fringe. Awesome. He was always moderate.
Here's the thing. It was just at a time remember when we used to feel like anyone could become president. Remember when we used to say those kind of things? That was the same type of feeling with Governor. But I loved him. He was actually pretty smart. All right. But moving forward,
we did Oz. That's the last one.
We did Oz. We did Ian. It was a great threesome. Probably, though KO champ, so now we're having it. Well, at this point, it's kind of. Do you want to say what the word is, James? Gangbang. There you go. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Jen. He was debating Jackson Wheat on T-Jump's Discord the other day on Evolution. That was some good content there.
Gotta get more Jen again on Debate Me Bra. We gotta set up, in fact, more Debate Me Bras. We keep on saying going on. Probably should talk to, I think, Mark. We should figure out.
Get their email, yeah.
Should get that hookup and then probably hook you up, also kind of hot, with maybe, hey, you can go head to head with Praise or Gavin or who knows. We'll have all sorts of fun. Woohoo! Gavin, do you want to go up against Mark?
I don't think
he said he's okay with it.
He's okay with it?
He's okay. He's a little sleepy, but he'll be okay.
Do you have a pepperoni for him down there? Give him a little pepperoni.
Oh, I have so much for him down there. But anyway, sending love. When we're looking at a lot of these claims, when we're looking at especially creationist claims that, people are just trying to explain to us, no, the world is definitely 6,000 years old.
Archaeology?
Completely.
It definitely backs up the Bible. Totally.
100%. James.
Bible's always right.
Shouldn't we be using the Bible as a history text? Why do they even read other history textbooks in those other schools? And then when those words come out of their mouths, it makes us go, bung, bung, bung.
Basically.
But we love you, Grumpy, because he's right there with us going, bung, 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 bung. Woohoo, Grumpy.
We got Mark out there. We got Biddy. We got Aunt Jer, Skywatcher.
Woohoo, sending love. And also, sending love to all of the princesses in one. Diana
Smith. Thank you, Diana. Long time Patreon.
And I just like promoting as many Disney princesses as we can. The Disney princesses have been getting better. They used to, they had a little Stockholm syndrome problems early on, but they've been getting their the gruff. I like Mulan. I like singing that what's it called song at karaoke just for the sheer really. I just like singing "I'll Make a Man Out of You" for the sheer irony of it on stage. Nonetheless, we're also sending love, who just did a guest hosting with us last night. Woohoo, Pat Lowinger. And that was fun. Honestly,
show, yeah.
I'm so glad that Pat was on with us because he was the right. It's like having a plumber when your bathroom isn't working. Sometimes you need the right person for the right job. And for whatever reason, this preacher decided to dig his heels into archaeology, decided to throw his
Dip
cap
himself
in.
into the water.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the results were not good. The results were
No.
yes.
I don't think 100% of what he said was wrong, but probably like 80%, 75, 80%. Yeah.
The broken clock, right?
The
Twice a day.
prepositions were not technically wrong. I don't think he used any wrong pronouns in that one, so I think he's okay there. But most of the facts were a little slanted other than that.
Well, it's just especially when you're going to use, it depends on what you're going to use as evidence, or even can you claim, because,
Right.
like he was saying, could Sodom and Gomorrah have been based off of twin cities? Possibly
Possible,
so.
yeah.
Could Moses or Noah or Adam of Eve, these like the straight up, not only mythological stories, but mythological stories that were clearly invented from a lineage of
Right.
other stories, have been true? No.
Oh, and we've got
No.
more. We've got more episodes in the pipe for you guys. You want to give? Can we give them a preview about what the next episode's going to be on? Or
that's right.
Role play.
You're going to do a role play.
We'll put some bait out there.
Figurative things that have been
bait.
floating around in the Nexus. I really don't know much about it. I only know a little bit about, as really Antangelo has been the teaser for me, which is that we are going to do an episode of the Shroud of Turin, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo-hoo.
We're deep diving.
We're going into it.
Soon. Oh, baby. We're putting the piece of cloth over our head and seeing if you can't do that naturally.
Right,
I don't
right.
know. I really don't understand the is it that they died? I have to, like I said, we'll learn.
Watch the video. Watch the video by a traditional Catholic apologist. The same apologist who, they present miraculous things like, look, here's a piece of cloth, and on it is a painting of the Virgin Mary. That's miraculous. It just appeared spontaneously out of nowhere.
Oof.
We don't know how a piece
did
of
it
cloth
have her name? Like, did it actually have like her signature?
It looked like her. Who else looks like that? It's a woman
from the Virgin Mary. God, why
floating in the clouds
checks like that?
Lights coming out of her fingernails. It's got to be her. But yeah, we have no idea how.
You sure that wasn't an early X-Men movie?
How could paint get on a canvas, Amy? It's got to be miraculous.
That's the other thing. That is the weakest miracle. Like, the miracle is that it has to have come from a god, because how else could a face get on a piece of a cloth? I don't know.
Some of them are full body.
A dozen of different ways, but the most being, I don't know, someone drew it, someone put it there.
Maybe that's a possible explanation.
Oh no, exactly. I am not forgiving magic. Where's my wand? Hold on. It could have been someone drew it, or it could have been Hocus Pocus Schmocus the D. Let's put a fucking image on thee. Woo!
Maybe Amaretto can help you out with that one.
Yeah. Is there a specific magic skill for putting the son of a god on a piece of cloth? I like how he always plays hard to get. It can't just couldn't have said. Does it? It's not just like. It doesn't say Jesus on the side, right? It doesn't say like, here lies the Messiah, Christ. It's just like a guy.
Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. I was just telling James I very much want to make a T-shirt that says "Today, Satan."
We found a piece of merch from a lovely Christian pastor, and a $27 shirt that just says "Not today, Satan."
Tomorrow, Satan. Yesterday, Satan.
Yeah, $27 shirt. Wow, that's
But also, But also,
Dave
yeah.
Or Dale
We are
Pascal,
gathering
Dave Pascal.
the skeptics. I can't help it. I kind of become Carrot Top. Past midnight, I kind of just I become Carrot Top. It happens, though Carrot Top past midnight becomes apparently super buff. So, we all have our things. Yo, he got ripped. It's kind of funny.
Carrot Top ripped now?
Carrot Top is ripped now. I'm no joke. The joke is that I think the Carrot Top is ripped. I think that is the joke now.
Like he's gonna rip his shirt off Hulk Hogan style.
Oh god. Oh, and I had to say fuck Hulk Hogan. I was thinking about that last night. Well, fuck Hulk Hogan. Nonetheless.
We'll let you take care of that one.
No, you call it as you is. People, you find out who people truly are. I don't know. I call people as they are, as I see it, and you don't know.
Titan's got a little.
You don't know until the time.
A little.
What's that?
Infatuation with Carrot Top there. Titan got Carrot Top got hot.
That's funny that he also kind of wears guy liner. If you've ever seen him,
I have not seen him in guy liner.
So
I don't
it
spend
is
a lot of time.
You don't say, oh no!
Yeah,
see, I love comedians. Trying to think. I will say the cutest though is Anthony Jeselnik, or he is a cutie. I won't say the cutest because that's kind of an abstract thing. But my goddess, is he hot. And he is the king of dark comedy. But yes, nonetheless, we were just asking for empirical evidence. That's really all we were asking for. And I really get tired. I guess they get tired of asking for empirical evidence because they do not they is then like creationist or whoever has finally pointed as a brush as you want me to paint with. Oh, you want evidence? Excuse me, in this realm? Really? This realm, in the natural realm where we're living and stuff. Oh my.
Something you can look at and see. It's like the parents driving and the kids are like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? The atheist is like, can we have evidence? Can we have evidence?
But there's so many ways.
No evidence.
I know exactly.
Shut up.
Come on, just a little. Even
no
a
evidence.
Spoonful.
No. There is no evidence. Like kindergarten cop, there is no bathroom. I am the bathroom.
But thank you so much, Dale.
Thank you, Dale. Yes.
But also, not just as we are gathering all of the skeptics, we are gathering that thick old butt earth. Because, James, does that look round to you? It looks a little round.
From that angle.
I don't know.
But, I mean.
That's just you NASA shills. You NASA shills are trying to perform.
It's hard to be objective when you're getting massive amounts of money put in your bank account on a weekly basis from NASA. So, I mean,
thank you, NASA.
Hard to see past all that money.
I can't help it. It's with that big old globe Earth. And you know how well known it is that scientists are known for being rich. It's definitely not the oil companies. And that's actually more towards global warming. But I always wonder, what is the motivation between a flat Earth? They always go, it's the government. Or would you believe data that's given to you? They just give you data.
I mean, of course it's to suppress the truth about God. Right?
Suppress the truth.
It's got to be the only reason. Because if the universe is this big place and we're just a little tiny speck in it, kind of seems silly to say this is all here for us. But if we're just a jar on God's dresser, like Ken Hovind says, then of course of course we're specially created. Of course we're here.
Specially created. Well, I will say I've gotten that answer from a lot of creationists where I've said, well, okay, like, let's just look at the galaxy or our solar system. Let's even hone it in closer. Our solar system. Round, flat. And I'm not the first one to bring this up. But
I mean, they'll probably say that all the other planets are flat too. It's just
well, that may be. I have been told what you were just said. No, it's because the flat one's special and all the other ones are just testing our face. It's like those dinosaur bones.
They're all inside the dome up there. They're decorations inside God's dome.
I'm inside the dome, baby. Biodome. All right.
That was a good movie. Early 90s, like 93, 92. Yeah, wow.
But send in love, Dave Garr. And
thank you, Dave Garr, yes.
The lead hyena of the pack. And like I said, I friggin' love these are just the things I find. You say Halloween like Day of the Dead, which I love Day of the Dead decorations. But like I said, once again, decorations. Nonetheless, we just love the lead hyena of the pack. Scott Duke. Woo! Thank you so much, Scott.
Was Biddy a Messianic Jew? Because she posted that.
Say that again?
Was Biddy a Messianic Jew because she posted in there that
I don't know. Was she?
To be flat earther? I don't know.
I will say that there's a lot. I mean, they have all varieties of theism. That seems to be the link, and the theists hate to be tied to it because they are like, please do not put that on our friggin' doorstep. But it is the only common correlation I have found. And I know correlation is not causation, but it's just so many. A good amount I have poked and prodded that they will go science. Let's just talk science. And I just need just a little poke. And I just say, yeah, but what about God? And it's amazing. It's just like as if a whole release of air comes out. Well, of course we're doing this because of these dirty heathens not believing in God. And you're like, what? I'm like, excuse me, please?
Like, degenerates like you, sir. Degenerates like you, sir.
And I was like, yeah. No. If it wasn't because of you dirty heathens and atheists, if you believed in the flat earth, you would be believing in the almighty creator of the universe. That is the actual reason. But we're not going to talk about that what will be the point about talking with that with the atheists? And my response would be, no, that is the only king I care about. If you're going to sit here, I mean, who cares at that point? Who cares about the terrain? I care about the guy watching me 365, 24/7.
I mean, once you accept the flat Earth, then the religion, that's just a small jump from there.
Well, that is why I believe it's the correlation, the very specific correlation. If I even want to give one more layer less of paint that I'm trying to paint on, it's superstition. Is when you accept a single superstition with knowledge. Like I can't say who knows. I once believed in knocking on wood and all this stuff.
Right.
I no longer believe in that kind of thing because it is a superstition.
In and of itself is not harmful, but like Pat has said before, when you're setting up your beliefs and you're saying like, well, most of the things we need reason and evidence. The things that we believe have to make sense. And you say, but then there's this other category of stuff that we just believe because we just want to believe it. And that's a dangerous place to be in when you're willing to accept that. Because you can go anywhere with that.
And it's like a crack. if you accept one thing knowingly without evidence, because once you get proven wrong or something, that's fine. But once you accept something that you know doesn't have evidence, how can you, first of all, criticize anyone else for believing in something that they don't have evidence for? And then it's very easy for that to just snowball, because that leads you into maybe here, over here. Goddess knows the algorithm will do it for you if you accept one conspiracy.
And that's what he said. He's like, well, your faith may be very benign but once you start teaching that concept to other people, then they're liable to pick up on somebody's faith who's not very benign, and you can't control that once you open Pandora's box like that.
Exactly. You may live your entire life with, like you just said, a benign superstition.
Right.
The problem comes when, quite truthfully, only when it becomes harmful to oneself or others. But yes, speaking of none of that, speaking of awesome people, last but certainly not least, our thespian skull, who we get to use humbly during tonight in our Skeptic Bible Study. Rejoice! Because the Bible likes to get very thespian when it kills people. Oh, thou do I shove a knife up your... Oh, thank you. No, when you say it with the accent, it feels so much better.
We make thee a meat offering, a wave offering, a heave offering. Give me a heave offering, Amy.
But no, we're sending love, Rejoice.
Rejoice, absolutely.
Humbada.
I went to a Messianic congregation, but that was before the flat eartherism. So I never heard anything about that. That was in the mid to late 90s. But knowing how the mindset was, I could see how they could get easily swept up into flat eartherism, because they, not bad people. I mean, they were good people. I still know people from back in the day, but the mindset is, sus.
Two words that I try to avoid when thinking of, our other side, the competition, theism, is that I don't think that they have bad intentions. Don't think evil about them. I think people are honestly trying to come into this with the intent of just trying to know what's going on about the world. And then number two, I generally think that this is a big asterisk on it. I generally think that people try to want to have evidence for their beliefs. They at least don't want to be shown outwardly that their beliefs are silly, at least in public, or something like that. You want to have reasonable, rational beliefs, no matter whether you're an atheist or theist. I obviously am biased towards what I view as the skeptic side, which then leads me once again, baby, I'll say it over and over, to the atheist side.
Come on.
The water's fine, or the non-believer, or team science, or however big of the
anti-superstition, reality-based.
Exactly. Oh, doesn't reality? Oh, it's so nice under here. Oh, James, and I understand how to make stars under this umbrella. Yeah. It's amazing. Doesn't have to take 6,000 years.
The thing is, it's not always nice being in reality, but in the long run, you'll do better.
Yeah, in a movie theater,
you'll be better dealing with the things about reality that aren't always great than you are just deluding yourself into thinking this life doesn't matter. It's all about the next life. All my mistakes in this life, nothing matters. God forgave me. I mean,
exactly. Yeah. You don't have to get it wiped away from, they hate to say the daddy figure in the sky, but the daddy figure in the sky. Nonetheless, During our Skeptic Bible studies, we try to greet everyone on screen. Hi, everyone on screen.
Hey,
wait,
Peter.
No.
Peter's like, get to the bibble.
Hi,
get to the bibble.
The bibble.
Get to the bibble. Get to the bibble.
However, if you want your specific thoughts read out loud, or at least shown on screen, then feel free to tag James or myself in chat at Amy Newman. If this is your first time to the series, you may be asking what version of the Bible we're about to read.
Amy probably hears that a lot. Like, this is my
I hear
first
that
time.
a lot.
This is my first time.
In clubs.
I'm a little nervous.
A little nervous.
I've never done this before.
It's okay, baby. I'll take it slow. Oh, my job.
Categories, you say?
Ezekiel. Oh, my.
Daniel.
Categories, you say?
Yeah,
Why, what a fantastic question, James and everyone else. Let's answer that by explaining our categories. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Come join the crew.
Dun 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 dun. That's right. You can't double tap with anything but zombies, ladies and gentlemen. Remember,
she's just testing you guys.
Just testing. That was my IQ test. Sometimes I fail it. Anyway,
so we're here today to talk about the worst football team in the NFL, the New York Giants. They're terrible.
Exactly.
They are terrible.
With that, welcome everyone to our Skeptic Bible study. Woo-hoo. On the previous episode, the complaint department, quails, and leprosy. Oh, there goes my limb. God told his people where they could find the complaint department, produced a massive amount of quail for them, to eat on for a little bit until they got poofed away, and gifted a hater with some leprosy. In this episode, I know, I agree, Birdie. Spies, giants, and revolts. Dun 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 dun.
Grasshoppers on steroids. Grasshoppers.
God has Moses send spies to their enemies.
I mean,
wow.
Couldn't God just tell them what's there? Why would they have to
have been easier.
Send people over there to look at them, and God could just tell them?
You would have thought that.
Why
God
would you need spies too? If you've got God on your side, just go over there. It doesn't matter who they are, or what they're doing.
It's a puny God.
Walk in like you own the place and kick the door down, and God will just zap them all.
Exactly. But not only that, not only does God send spies to our enemies and has witnessed Atlanta Giants, God God's chosen people ultimately revolt against the almighty creator of the universe, because somehow that keeps on happening.
Got the out of the land of New York.
Yeah. Though somehow he can't seem to keep humans in order. So with that, how are you, James? You ready?
We're doing good.
Swing into the book of Numbers?
Pat's got to go. He's got to get up early tomorrow. So just want to give a shout out to Pat before he leaves the chat.
Pat.
Thanks for coming in, Pat. And we'll get in touch very shortly about that next Talk Skeptic episode.
What is up, everyone in chat? I can finally read chat if you're noticing my little bit of lag. So I'm saying hi to everybody. Whether you are on Facebook, Twitch, that's right, we're streaming on Twitch, or YouTube, sending love out there. And with that, we are reading the Book of Numbers, chapter 14. Feel free to keep on tagging us with your comments. Woohoo! But we are digging in.
We're going to give you so much Bible, it'll come out your nose.
Oh, my goddess. And remember,
the wisdom will
James,
just be
God will not be mocked, except on this episode and the episode before us. Probably the episode after us, but anything besides
that's true. He will roast us in his oven forever, but we are mocking him today. So today we got him. Yeah.
Oh, we're just roasting him. You know, he said that they were going to roast us forever. So why can't we roast him now?
We can roast him for a night. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. He has the high seat. We'll get him a nice chair and everything. All right. Hold on. Let me get my sword. We're having a revolt. I mean, so much talk about this. Oh. Spoilers. There we go.
Oh, boy.
There we go. All right.
Your icon there, your laughing ball, and then we can get started.
My laughing ball.
The absurdity.
That's right. So we have two categories as we are starting out tonight. We have both the laughter, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, but we also have the first category of the night. I don't think we have ever seen this before. James, some people tell us there are contradictions in the Bible, but could you believe that?
That really, I find that very hard. I'm very skeptical of that claim.
I'm very skeptical of that claim.
We just heard from the pastor last night how everything that's been checked out from the Bible has been verified. So
I feel like we're going to need a bunch of evidence. So we'll have to see. So the Book of Numbers, we're reading chapter 13 and 14 tonight.
Woo-hoo.
12 spies sent to Canaan. Ooh, is it sad that I imagine ninjas? Yeah, can I not? And the Lord Bob got his face shield ready and began to spack onto our main man, Charlton Heston. He needed a better paycheck, but he's been sitting. I will say, as far as characters go, he's been lasting a long time. Once again, we only think of Moses.
Device.
Yeah, exactly. You only think of Moses in that one story where he got saved, but he's been chugging along for a book or so. Saying that send thou men, that they may search the land of, can I not?
Send thou men to Amy.
Yeah, send them on to me. Which I gave unto the children of Ishmael, Shmishmael, and I feel like nothing will ever go wrong with them. Of every tribe of their fathers, send ye a man, every one ruler among them.
A ruler?
A ruler.
A protractor? Okay.
And a protractor. Make it at least 9 inches or thicker, please. And Charlton Heston, by the commandment of the Lord, sent them from the wilderness of RuneScape of Panera Bread. All those men were heads of the children of Ishmael Shmishmael.
Oh.
And these were their names. Are they about to rap?
We're going to go through exposition mode here.
Oh, God, exposition mode.
This is your favorite part. Names of people who never existed.
Of the tribe of Dave Rubin, of Shamu the Whale, the son of Zac Efron, of the tribe of Simon Says, Snapchat, the son of Horoscope, of the tribe of Judah, which was a hit-selling single, Caleb, I think that's a band, the son of Jupiter, of the tribe of This Is How I Spell My Variables, Iskar, Eagle, the son of, Joe DiMaggio. We haven't heard him in a while.
Yeah, he's back.
He's back, baby. Back and better than ever. Of the tribe of, of the tribe of Diaphragm.
Ephraim, yeah.
Ephraim, Diaphragm, same thing.
Yours is better.
I'm pretty sure these are the people that monitor the whales up there, that department, the ocean department, the son of the same people who beat you in Catholic school.
The nuns,
nuns. Of the tribe of Benjamins, a fantastic band. Patty, the son of Ratatouille. Of the tribe of Led Zeppelin. Cradled to the Grave, the son of Soda Pop. Of the tribe of also Joe DiMaggio. Of the tribe of Joe DiMaggio. Namely, of the tribe of Manna from Heaven. Gada, the son of, he's kind of a little sus, of the tribe of...
Damn, the man, he's back.
Oh, man.
He's probably dead, but his tribe will live on forever. His tribe will go on. At least
in our heart. Just like that, we have clarity in the woods. Emil, the son of Gemelangle Ding Dong, of the tribe of Ashkasham. Suther, the son of Michael's Crafts, of the tribe of Napatela, of Nabi, the son of Velcro, Voshif, of the tribe Vosh. It went Vosh.
Gad.
Of the tribe of Gadsad. Gel, the son of Mecca. This is definitely when you gather all of the mechs together, they become Mechai. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out on the land, because God couldn't do it himself. And Charlton Heston, our main man, called the Ocean Department the son of the Catholic nuns, Joshua. And our main man, Charlton Heston, sent them to spy. He had to send a roll. He rolled for initiative. Hopefully, a 6. Sorry. Spy out the land of, can I not? And said unto them, get ye up this way southward, and go up onto the mountain. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that movie. It's where those two guys get hot.
Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah. Exactly. And see the land for what it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, who party hearty all the time. Whether they be exactly, whether they be strong or weak, few or many. And with that, the land that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities, mostly bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether it tents, you pitch tents, or in strongholds.
Oh, they're these holds, they're so strong.
So strong. And what the land is, whether it be, thick-boned or lean cuisine, whether there be wood therein. Now we're talking.
No wood in this land.
No
wood
or not, or you have your choice. And be ye of good carriage, gather your sword. Are you of good carriage, James?
Well, I'm wearing the fruit of the loom of the land.
Oh my. Well, then you must definitely be of good carriage. And bring of the fruit of the loom of the land. Now the time was the time of the first tripe grapes. Woo-hoo. We're gonna make
those will be
make
with
some wine?
With Amy's cucumbers.
Hell yeah, baby. More with my shake weights. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin on to Rehab. Should be the wilderness of Sin. As men came or come to Hamath. And they ascend by the south and came on to Hebron, where
they came on to Hebron. Okay.
They came on to Hebron, where Ammon, Sheshkabab, and Telma, the children of Anakin, were. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Zone in the land of New York.
Oh, wow. It's so nice for them to give us that little factoid there. Thanks, Bible.
Exactly. So Moses said to the 12 spies, see the land, find out what is in it, who dwells there, and if they're strong or weak, few or many. See if the land is fat or lean. And whether it is, I thought this said frosted for a second, whether it is forested or not. Bring back some of its fruit. Oh my. So the 12 spies went to search the
Amy's
land.
fist fruits.
That's right, baby. Bringing in the fist fruits. Oh my! Now, every once in a while, the Bible brings us some true science. So I'm glad that it is truly bringing the chemistry, physics, and biology with us today as we are about to go into the land of giants. Because why not?
They'd be like we were like grasshoppers compared to them. Grasshoppers on steroids. You got a grasshopper in your mouth, Amy?
Oh, I had a big old grasshopper in my mouth. Whew. Sponsored by Powerade, ladies and gentlemen. A land of giants. We have 3 categories, the first of which is a little bit of laughter because, wow, we're reading some true wisdom here tonight as they're about to tell us that, I don't know, many humans, I don't know what to call them. I know, Nephilim free. Please tell us why you think this is biologically possible and not just a mythological story. But we'll get to that because this is our first time with James. Do you even think it's possible for the Bible to have a contradiction?
I mean, they said that last time and we didn't see any, so...
I don't think it could be possible because, we're about to break into some true biblical science. It's going to fit right in there, James. We're going to make it fit. It will. Take my word for it.
Real science always fits the Bible.
Exactly. And remember, if the choice is between science and your religion, come on, James. Come on.
I mean, Ralph himself said last night, Christopher Hitchens is in hell right now. He's got some burning questions.
Hey, it's where all the cool people are. Or I guess where all the burning people are. But you get my drift. As we roam into giants, we're reading Numbers chapter 13. We are really neck deep into Numbers now. We're in the double digits. It happened so fast. Well, so that's what she said.
1, 2, 3. 4
executions.
executions.
As we read into Numbers chapter 13, the land of giants, and they came to the brook of Escalol. I think that's a type of alcohol, right? The Brooka, exactly. And they cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes. Okay, this is a good recipe. All right, we're gonna make some good alcohol
Fruit
here.
cocktail?
Okay, fruit cocktail, maybe a mixed drink. Who knows? And they bear it between two upon a staff. Okay, we got this. And they brought of the pomegranates. Okay, a mixed drink. We can still take a mixed
pomegranate
drink.
martini. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, fancy. And of the figs. Okay, whatever you like. Whatever, I guess.
Remember, figs. They trigger Jesus. He's gonna have flashbacks. He's gonna have flashbacks to that showdown with the fig tree, where he had to go. Where he had to go Terminator. He had to go Terminator on that fig tree for the crime of not bearing fruit out of season. How dare it? How dare it not bear fruit out of season the way I made you?
It's a crime. It's a crime against.
We're going to send the fig tree to hell.
Dun dun dun! Can you imagine how many plants are probably burning in hell over?
According to the one guy that
being in season.
Was that Bubble who said, "Yeah, the plants are conscious. They have they have little plant brains and they think. So yeah, why not send them to hell? So
there
they
you
can
go.
suffer.
As long as they're not believing in Jeebus. That now just makes me now picturing someone just standing over there with a book, just over a plant, just being like, "Hi, would you like to join our Lord and Savior?
Can we interest you in some Bible tracts?"
Yeah. Would you like to buy his DVD that he's selling? Sure. And they return. Oh wait, the clusters of grapes from which the children of Israel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days, which seems to be a trend in the Bible. They have like this whole 40 days thing.
They do come back to that quite a lot.
I know. I don't know why. And they went and came to Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, and to Aaron Ra himself. And to all the congregation, the one and only. He's just chilling there with his sunglasses, and he's like, I'll be honest with you. Aaron is the real all-star of the past few chapters. Moses has been recording some shit, but Aaron has not. He's been doing the heavy lifting, and his sons got murdered. Like, what a whammy. What a whammy. Lead priest over here. And all the congregation of the children of Israel Shmishmael onto the wilderness of RuneScape of Panera Bread to Kadisha Manisha, and brought back word unto them, and to all the congregation who are kind of like blank faces. I assume they're also like the Canadian heads, like in South Park, and shewed from the fruit of the loom. And they told him and said, that is what telling people is, we came onto the land. Well, I mean, whatever gets you off, but just clean up afterwards. Whither thou sentest us, and surely it floweth with milk and honey. I mean, whatever you're into or whatever snack you need afterwards, that's up to you. This is the fruit of it. Okay, what? Well, let's pull the schmuckishness of us aside for a second. The 12 spies returned from searching the land after 40 days. Really? It took them that long? Like, really?
Maybe it's a big land. I mean,
Big land. Okay, sure. let's just take. We already were taking on talking snakes. Why not 40 days for these spies to do anything? They reported to Moses.
I mean, they probably didn't want to. I mean, when they had to go back and make all these fucking sacrifices and offerings, they're taking their damn sweet time over there. I mean, think about it, they could be over there making a meat offering, making a wave offering. Yeah, they're dragging their feet.
They're dragging their feet. Yeah, well, they're probably getting paid not by the hour, but it's probably a salary thing, if at all. So they're like, whatever. So they reported to Charlton. They reported to Moses. I said I'd remove my schmuckishness for the annotations. They reported to Moses, saying the land flows with milk and honey. I think he's just saying that's fancy. Cool. So, nevertheless, he persisted. The people be strong that dwell in the land. That's the least of the problem. And the cities are walled and very great. Oh, look,
walled.
So get them big. Though I will say, this is the actual time period when walls worked. Like, we could all joke, but this was the actual...
I mean, walls work in some places. They seem to work pretty well at the jail, but... I mean,
well, that's contextual. I guess you're 100%
in certain applications.
Right. It's what how far do you want to scope out the lens? Right. Because the jail technically has walls, but I
mean, in terms of like national scope, the Great Wall of China that was built in
yes, but that's also a perfect example because it was up against ladder technology,
right?
But
Hadrian's Wall in the UK. The Maginot Line of France in World War II. Of course, the Germans figured out, well, we'll just go around it. And then, that it didn't. It was a great plan. They just didn't plan on anybody just going around it.
Also good in times of actual war, ground war. I am not going to say that also.
God.
Praise Jeeva. Yeah, praise or Zeno or whatever you want to call your thing. Nevertheless, the people persisted. They're in the land. They're walled. They're very. Look at that. See, come on. They were very great. Come on. Says it right
they're
there.
So great.
Very great. So great. And moreover, we saw the children of Vatican there. Let me tell you, not a sentence you want to say.
The children of Anakin, Luke and Leia.
What's wrong, Master Anakin?
Oh, nothing. You talk about the time where he went through and
nothing at all. What, James? There was never a time. He was just teaching them important life lessons, which is like run. That
was such a dark part in that movie. I'm surprised that they put in there him walking into the Jedi daycare center, and they didn't show it, but the implication is that he slaughtered a bunch of kids, and that's just very dark.
Yeah, well, I guess the new ones are much more lighter. It was Lucas wrote that scene, right? So I guess he was still in charge of his dark self.
He was just doing the promotion. He was just doing his own thing, but Disney's trying to make money, so it's gonna be Star Wars every day, Star Wars tomorrow, Star Wars every day.
I'll give a compliment and an insult. Give an insult and a compliment.
Yeah.
I dislike because Disney has obviously their constraints because they want to check a certain range of they try en masse. They won't, I'm trying to think how to say this. They're
trying to be very inclusive, very HR friendly. I'll just say
very
politically correct.
Which is I would say what I like about Marvel is they follow the hero's journey. Because I don't really. I would say that Disney is actually, because it has nothing to do with diversity, it has to do with taking risks. I would say it's almost the exact opposite.
Well, it's like what do they focus on? What do they focus on? Like the storyline or the trimmings?
Well, I'll give you an example. Is from James Cameron. Is that the studios to be did not want his movie to be about trying to save the rainforest, because they believed that if they pushed it from that angle, that they would alienate half the audience. Does that make sense? And so they by James actually pushing by and saying, go screw yourself, not go screw yourself, by saying, no, I want to have a message and I'll take the risk. It was amazing, and it resonated with the majority. There are I have seen some very, very far whatever people say that's the hippy dippy whatever movie.
Avatar?
But yes. But for the most part, it resonated with people because
it was a good movie.
You gotta take risks.
I think most people like it. Yeah, it felt authentic. That's what, like, if it's authentic and it resonates, but I think a lot of the Disney, it feels more artificial than authentic. It just feels like it's mass produced, like stuff on the school lunch tray that they're just trying to scoop out enough what they have to meet all their criteria from their investors or whatnot.
Exactly. And you have to care about your characters. I wish I cared about these characters. Moses had this really cool origin story. And what have we come to? We have come to they should be wearing maids outfits by now. What are they doing? Moses records shit and Aaron Ra is out there running around doing all this shit. They're now sending spies. Why does God need spies? Why does God need a starship?
Yeah. Oh, well.
I don't know.
It worked at the time it was written.
It worked at the time that it was written.
Oh, God.
But like I said, I'm a really big fan of mythic structure, which I think Marvel does really well. Disney does. I almost feel bad that I was shitting on Disney. Just the bigger you get, the more corporate you get, and sometimes the less times you want to take a risk. I'm a big fangirl about Loki. I thought they took risks. Though this was almost, I swear these were probably the geeks of the day. I would give so much more lenience to people thousands of years ago.
Sure.
To be into the stuff. When I hear theists talk among theists, it sounds very similar to the way when I try and explain the SCP community to people. It's no, you have to understand. There's an IKEA, but it's not just any IKEA. You get lost in the IKEA because actually it goes on forever. And then not only does it go on forever, but at night there are giant monsters that will come out and they actually attack you and they say, the store is closed. The store is closed. But I survived. I survived through the night and I found a civilization of people surviving on IKEA food. And they've built structures from all of the IKEA. Oh my goddess. And amazingly, there's no wars because the food keeps on regenerating. As long as we survive throughout the nights when all of the monsters keep on coming to attack us. But some of us manage to escape to tell the story of the IKEA. Lovely SCP entry, a true entry. I'm trying to remember. I wish I should know the entry off my head. It's one of my favorites.
Sounds like the museum where everything comes alive in the middle of the night.
It's similar to that whole.
Yeah.
SCP-3008. Now, I could go into SCPs forever. What I love about SCP is that it makes you go a little bit crazy after you read it for a little while, but then it gives you context of just it. I could imagine Yahweh as an SCP after going through canons. You could wiki this guy. You could say what powers he has. You could quote him
God wiki
and all this stuff. How to contain him. Yeah. 3008. I love it because the IKEA one is such a great entry for people. But take the trip, ladies and gentlemen, down the SCP lane. But that is what it sounds like when people are arguing, whether it's Christian versus Christian, Christian versus Muslim, which is a lovely one. I was watching my favorite last night, and I have to give props to Khalil. This was a hard fight. Which side do you pick? Because I was arguing in side chat. We were just doing the normal. It was on the EA show. And
this is yesterday or today?
This was, I think, the other day. As a Nighthawk, it's hard to tell what the other day was. But the other day or so, I was in the side chat just arguing away. I think the classic, it's really the deistic, not deistic, because that's where most of those Kalam and contingency and cosmological arguments stand. But man, they were going head to head. Do you know what a Kalamist is? Or not a Kalamist, oh my god, a Quranist. Do you know what a Quranist is?
I have never heard the term.
Apparently, a Quranist is someone who, it's like their Christian fundamentalist. It's someone who's like, no, forget all of those deistic arguments. We got a book, and it's the Quran, baby.
Like the Ken Hovind.
Yes. And look, Claire says I gotta let my cat.
She's a secular Quranist, among other things.
Quranist. And so there you go, which I find an interesting distinction, because what those other, like the Thought Adventure podcast, I guess EF Dawa and, in turn, EA Show or whatever you want to say, they look at themselves and say, look, we're coming to this. I disagree with their conclusions. I think that they're not good conclusions or premises, but they're trying to say, no. Sure, the Quran, yes, beautiful, but we have arguments to back this up, which I find with the Catholics do this. The almost presuppositionalists do this, because I feel like they are playing a game. They're not even playing arguments. They are making the equivalent of a Facebook poll. Shout out to Facebook, but they are basically making a Facebook quiz. Oh, look, which way do I want to Darth Dawkins? I want to go this way or this way. Oh, man, each way gets me to fails. Damn. Wow. Lovely.
More ways to fail. It's fun.
I'm looking in chat. Though I almost feel bad when I respond to chat. I've said this before. Though tag us in chat. We'll show your lovely comments up on screen. James and I, you can tag us at Amy Newman. Or if James in chat.
I've been trying to keep them, keep out of those weeds in there with.
Well, it's just it's why a heckler will almost never lose. And I'm not saying anyone, but anyone who has a mic, doesn't matter whose channel it is, the mic always has the winner card. But we'll eventually go on to open mic. And then everyone will be equal, so egalitarian. So egalitarian. Yeah. And all right, we're almost at the end of chapter 13. We're having fun.
Oh, baby.
We just got through Anakin, and so the Amalekites dwell in the land of South, and the Hittites, and the Jeebihebes, and the Armorites. This is how you get armor. Armorals dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell in the sea. Wow, this is fantastic. They're in the mountains. We have people in the sea. This could be an RPG game. And by the coast of Jordan. Wow.
Got some nice Jordans, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, get his autograph for us. And Caleb are stilled the people before Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, and said, "Let us go up at once and hoka poka. Let's do the dance and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it." I'm sorry, what?
Well able.
Wait. But the people are strong, the cities are walled, and we saw the children of Anak there. Caleb silenced the people and said, "Let us go possess the land. We can do it."
Let's just go kick them out.
Kick them out.
All your land belong to us now. You guys have the wrong God. Sorry, sucks to be you guys.
Sucks to be you. And that's right, Peter.
Guys. You should have been the chosen one.
The chosen one. And Mike Peter says Mike sure does get around. But the men, come on, Rain. But the men that went up with him said, "We be not able to go against the people, for the people." No. That's us. Or our constitution. "For they are stronger than we." Do they have iron chariots? "And they brought up an evil report of the land."
Report.
We have a report here for you, God. Yeah, it says evil. Oh, wow. Like a pop-up book. "Evil report of the land, which they had searched onto the children of Ishmael Shmishmael." Also, Children of Israel sounds like either a horror movie or a death metal band. "Saying, the land, the which we have gone to search it, is a land that eateth up the inhabitants, thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature," because they kind of puff their chests out.
They're well endowed.
I know. They're well endowed. And okay, ladies and gentlemen. "And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight." That's right, grasshoppers on steroids. And so we were in their sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I had to just read that as it is, because what the hell did the Bible just say? Well, it said, "But the other spies said, we won't be able to fight against those people. They are stronger than us. There were giants there, sons of Anak. We were the size of grasshoppers compared to them." So there's your size scale comparison. Grasshopper to us, that seems kind of tall.
So, I mean, that's accurate. Wouldn't they be like hundreds of feet tall?
I know. Also,
obviously hyperbolic, but still.
If an angel that's our height and a human that's our height,
yeah, how does that work?
Mix dingleberries, and then you're gonna tell me, please, once again, whoever is the chica given delivery, just take a tequila shot before. That's all I'm saying. My hat's off to you, girl. I don't know how, but nonetheless. Though it doesn't say that. Does it say that's how angels come into existence through our giants and all this? It just says giants. It doesn't say they came from angels.
It's not explicit, but I mean it's a reasonable ruling or reading of the verses.
Where's my glasses? We're gonna have to get Amari Povich says that you are not the father.
How that works? You have a normal size angel, normal size human have sex, and the baby is like a 40-pound baby. Yeah. I don't know how that works.
Not sure how that works.
The baby's like 8 feet tall when it's born.
Nonetheless, we have just read the book of Numbers, chapter 13.
Lucky number 13.
Lucky number 13,
the 13th
baby.
Floor.
Which means we are moving on to our... What do you think, James? You believe in giants?
I mean, it says it's pretty clear. It's explicit right there. I mean, I don't know how we're going to be able to refute that. Reed says it right on the page. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, not the funny thing, really. It says it on the page. It's a single sentence. And if you want to ask logistics, they just got to make it up themselves, right? If I'm like, how do giants get created? The Jewish, Christian, anyone who wants to defend this passage, I think the Mormons do believe in the Bible, but they have their own as well, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm sure they believe this part of it, yeah.
How the hell do you get giants? Like, I guess if you're going to take on all the other, you're going to talk on talking snakes or take on talking snakes. But angels, really?
I mean, giants have been something that's pervasive throughout like human legend. It's just, how do you get giants? I don't know. Have you ever seen a giant human? No. So it has something to do with the angels or some type of heavenly being. That's the only way it could happen.
Also, James, can we give permission to ourselves and the rest of the skeptic community to accurately use the word myth? I mean, come on. Giants. Giants. Giants.
Yeah, I guess
I don't mean it as an insult.
They don't want to be. They want to try to be as least offensive as possible. But yeah,
but see,
it's like they get triggered like when they read like the Wikipedia article on their thing and it says like their creation myth, and they get all, what? The Wikipedia says it's a myth, but it's not a myth. It's true.
And when you isolate all of these passages, someone ends up creating a text of their own of an apologetics over one passage. Right. But when we're just reading this here in the literal form, like I like to go over at least the annotations or at least preview what's the hell is going to go on. I can, for the love of this God, not understand the chapter that we're about to read. Like, if this does not show you that this is a guy that is God in training, I don't know what else is. Because this is a God that cannot get his shit together. Yes. Like, I guess he gets therapy and supposedly, figures everything out later in part 2. But how? I don't know. I don't know how this stuff happens. I understand, he takes care of it, by floods or burning or whatever way that he creatively finds.
Killing people, yeah.
But
fix his own problems that he created.
But man, he just can't get shit right. Like, and I know that he probably, along with his followers, blame the humans. But,
every time.
The whole point is that made in the image of, it's so funny. Made in the image, but what they do is they take all of the faults of what make us human and they make that like a concept. Like all the good stuff is just what God is. Good and love. That's just what God is. But God, I was trying to get someone to explain yesterday. They were like, God is love and good personified. And then I was like, well, is he also evil personified? Well, no, it's not evil personified. Evil comes from the things that humans, of course.
Evil is a deviation from God's will.
Human comes from the awesome thing. I get it. Everything.
Well, I think when we get through with this chapter, we're going to see it's going to be clearly. I'm going to clearly illustrate how you know that these two chapters are made up. That this did not.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is a silly chapter. This chapter.
There's no logical point to any of it. It's clearly a literary device. This is not how people would operate in reality.
And do you know what bugs me the most about this chapter? And maybe I'll just freaking read it. But it's like, it really just shows that who has an emo god? Who has a god that is losing in the RTS game? You're playing a real-time strategy and he's not winning. He has to get whatever. Let's the two categories. It's just so funny. All powerful only some of the time, which, kind of nags on that whole all powerful thing, but nonetheless,
he wins occasionally. In the end, he wins, but he wins
right?
Strategically, but he does have a few tactical losses here and there.
A few tactical. Yeah, he loses the battles, James, but he wins the war. Or so they tell us. But it just, how does a god lose battles? It just seems so. I mean, doesn't matter how nicely we try to spin this. If it's perfect,
it's a literary device. I mean, it's like the Battle of Armageddon.
Exactly.
Why does it have to be a battle? Why does it have to be a battle? Because he can't lose. So why would anybody? I mean, what's it gonna be? Just God? Why does God need angels to fight for him? He could just come in the clouds and zap and kill all his enemies instantly. Yeah,
but once again, oh no,
it would just be a terrible story if, like I've said, if Superman had if Superman had no weakness, you could never do anything to hurt him, and he just goes around kicking butt and taking names forever, and he just goes around saving people and saves the day. That would be a boring. No one would want to watch that. That's why they needed God to have an enemy. They needed a devil. They needed a bad guy, somebody to fight against.
Well, and the funny thing is, if I had to choose God's main enemy in the Torah, it's man. Satan.
We haven't seen any evidence of him yet. He's not clearly. He's not clearly in the story yet.
Serpent just messes things up once, but then since then it's been man v God.
You haven't heard anything about the serpent,
I tell you what, you would think that it should be like 0 v 100 God, but it's not. It's really not at all. It's a close match, and it really shouldn't be. Okay. Anyway, enough kvetching. Book of Numbers, chapter 14. The people revolt against. It's just funny. I'm sorry.
The God of the universe who created all this shit.
The God of the universe. And they say, who are you? Like, we always talk shit about, like, who are you that you could revolt against God? I don't know. Apparently, we're Book of Numbers, chapter 14, and, like, half the other people in this book. Anyway, the people revolt against Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra. Our two categories clearly are we have to keep on laughing or we would be doing another emotion. Because how do you revolt? Also, I love this. James, we have been talking one-on-one with God, back and forth. We've been pen pals with God. Like, we've been drawing hearts and kissy faces back with Yahweh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter, James? Because there's no contradictions in the Bible. Never. It would never happen. That would be silly. That'd be tickle me silly. All right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Praise God.
Praise God. Exactly. Pray. the Amosaurus. The people revolt. Rotado. Okay. And all the congregation, all of them. Not some of them, not half of them, all of them. Lifted up their voice. And we'll go with the metaphors. And cried. Oh, Q. And the people wept that night. I'm going to just say you could have just cut that down. I know it's a sentence and you're being poetic. Just say a little redundant. I got you. You're crying. And all the children of Israel murmured against...
Quit your murmuring.
Quit your murmuring. Against Charlton Heston, our main fucking man, and Aaron Ra. And the whole congregation, not half of them, not some of them, the whole, said unto them, would the goddess that we had died in the land of New York, or would goddess we had died in this wilderness of RuneScape. Sorry, what'd you just say? After hearing the spies report, the people wept all night and said, we wish to God that we had died in Egypt or in the wilderness. Can I not say, this is literally, I said it early on that this would become it. This has become the thing that you say in your minivan, like to your children in the back. Look, I took you out of the land of Egypt. I can put your ass back in. Now we are going to Wendy's.
And
kids,
you know, I mean, and here's the thing: like they keep saying, like, oh, it was so much better in Egypt when we were slaves because we had free in America. It was like, look at the slaves; they like it. It's good for them. They get free housing and medical care. And the thing is, like, yeah, but how many slaves escaped and then were free and then made it to freedom and then just decided, you know what, this freedom thing kind of sucks. I want to go back and I'm going to apologize to my master for running away and I'm just going to tell him, hey, I want to be your slave again. I like it. That never happened. Yeah, that never happened.
Never happened. Yeah,
people don't do that. People don't like slavery.
It's funny how. Yeah, well, it's funny how that gets retconned so hard now. It is either the good slavery, or that was just the slavery they needed at the time, or it wasn't the same as the transatlantic slave trade. No. It was the exact same.
Just because you can come up with a system that might be harsher or worse doesn't mean that the biblical slavery is good.
Well, just because that the people in the religion had a lenient version of slavery, just
for their own people.
Yeah, for their own people, doesn't mean the heathens that were gathered from the tribes, from the lands around you. No, those slaves were the slave kind of slaves. They were the
real slavey slave.
Yeah, the slavey slaves. All right, we're murmuring. We're dying. Oh, we just got it. We're parking the minivan. And wherefore hath the Lord brought us onto this land? Oh, get your land. If you're playing Magic, get your land cards ready. To fall by the sword. That our wives, hey, we're bringing the women into this. Look at you. And our children should be a prey. Oh, of course, you're just okay. Were it be better for us to return into New York? And they said one to another, they're kind of having a one-on-one conversation to each other now. Let us make a captain, Captain Jack Sparrow, and let us return into New York. You guys hear this shit?
I mean,
you guys hear this shit?
God already killed like the entire Egyptian army. I mean,
yo, we went through the whole Egypt, all the 10 plagues, killing the firstborns, killing the pharaoh in the dunk tank. We've been chapters and chapters and chapters and chapters away from that, all to come back to a bunch of motherfuckers who want to say, No. Time to go back to where we were slaves.
Wasn't that bad?
I'm tired of everybody. I'm tired of everybody in this story.
It wasn't that bad, was it? I mean,
it wasn't that bad. It was the good slavery.
Could have been worse. I mean,
could have been worse. How about you try like somewhere else? Oh my Lord.
God has got them wandering around this fucking desert for years.
What did he notice? What did he notice? You're dealing with the guy. You're now gonna have to like. It doesn't matter. All right, we're getting a captain. Captain. This reminds me of just like SpongeBob. He's just like, all right, funk. Then Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra fell on their faces. That is what it says. Before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. Really? They did? That's what they did? They fell right on their faces?
It's called face planting, if you're not familiar with it.
James, didn't you know that the Bible is well known for its slapstick comedy? You know, Three Stooges. See that every time. Well known. That makes me want to do now Three Stooges with like Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Oh, that would be amazing. Anyway, and Joshua, the son of Catholic nuns, and Caleb from that band. What is it? Caleb? Trying to remember. Welcome Home sings it. Or that's the name of the Coheed and Cambrian. There we go. That's not Caleb. Close enough. Son of Juniper. Which where of them they search?
Distill some gin.
They're going to search their gin, the land, and rent their clothes. And they spack. Oh my God! Stop spacking all onto me. Onto all the company of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, saying, we used all of our land cards up, which we passed through to search it. It's an exceedingly good land. Oh, good. They're looking for some real estate. If the Lord Bob delight in us, then he will bring us into the land and give it to us. Gimme. A land which floweth milk and honey. Oh, wow, they're coveting. That is like direct coveting. They're like, hey, we saw milk and honey. We want milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord Bob, and neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense system is not departed from them, and the Lord Bob is with us. Fear them not. I'm sorry, what? And Joshua and Caleb rent their clothes. Okay, it's always nice to know when the Sims are getting new outfits. The land is exceedingly good. If God delights in us, he will give us the land flowing with milk and honey. Don't rebel against God. No.
Don't
God
do
is
it.
with us. Don't do it. Don't fear the people of the land. Yeah, I know. Ha. But all the congregation bade stone. Wait, hold on. Let me see the sentence. But all the congregation bade stone them with stones. Oh, yeah. I guess that's what you're going to do with stones, huh? And the glory, that's kind of what you do when you kill people. The rocks cry out, remember? The rocks, that's right. Go check out our last episode of Midnight Ranting. It turns out the rocks cry out. Or really, is there a good historical foundation for a biblical historical textbook? I don't think
spoiler alert,
no. And the glory, which he likes to spread around, of the Lord Bob appeared in the tabernacle, which is our portable tent that we built chapters ago, like an IKEA set of the congregation.
The best tent.
Some people are saying, before all the children of Israel, Shmishmael. Oh my. And okay, we are going to dig into the final bit of these chapters. We're about to have fun in God Threatens to Kill Everyone, I will say at the end of this chapter, we are going to have an hour and some change of open mic, so you can tell us all the wisdom that you have been experiencing tonight.
We're getting a lot of wisdom in the side chat too.
No,
I mean,
the flowing with wisdom,
milk and honey,
flowing with milk and honey, baby. Though, if you would like your milk and honey shown on screen, never fear to tag me and Amy Newman.
Some of that milk and honey might be a little too spicy for the Bible study.
Oh my. But yes, James, do you know how I know that this God is a God of love?
Because he says so.
Sections like this. God threatens to kill everyone.
I mean, they should believe he's done it before. I mean, you remember? Yeah, you guys remember about that flood and the genocide he committed? It's okay because he's God. But when humans do that, when humans commit genocide like Hitler or Pol Pot, that's bad. When God does it, it's good. When humans do it, it's bad.
Exactly. When the people we don't like do it, it's terrible, terrible. When the guy we like does it, James, you just got to understand the 4D chess. If we were smart enough to understand the 4D chess, the torture, the brutal, brutal torture would be beautiful.
Sure. Right. I mean, like, I'm sure the people in the Manson family, they didn't all understand Charles Manson's wisdom and his keen insight, but they knew enough to just go along with it and do what he says, and that committing these murders will lead to a worldwide utopia with him as the exalted savior forever.
Exactly.
And I mean, it probably would have worked out
if it wasn't for you meddling kids and that damn dog. But yes, I like Peter says 3 hours of open mic, just using the usual calculation. Probably. I will say I do like adding on 15, 20 minutes every time a new person comes by. I can't help myself. Getting that good conversation going.
I mean, it depends.
But he's not wrong.
Sometimes we get a little bit of spice going on in that.
A little spicy taste.
Open mics. People bring certain things up, and you have to let that conversation play out. You can't just snap it off at the kneecap.
Exactly. Well, and because some people will be like, "Oh, why did you cut off that interesting conversation?" So I at least like to get through God seemingly killing everyone, which is kind of crazy. Well, once again, I guess not that crazy. I mean, it's in his job description, right? He's done it before, like you said.
It's just something he does once in a while. It's like a round of golf for God, really. Committing mass murder, genocide.
It's true. It's almost in his job description at this point. And speaking of violence being in his job description, it is our first category of the section. But not just is there violence, a stabba. Oh no. It's a little bit judgmental. Yeah, he's kind of raining down some unfair justice. Because why not? But you gotta keep the laughter.
I mean, they think it's unfair. Do we know where the complaint department's at? They can make a complaint.
I was gonna say you can file the complaint department with the burning place that you see behind you. But also, not just that, but it's biblical family values, ladies and gentlemen. Is he gonna kill just over here or there? Is he just gonna kill the one or the two, the bad and the wicked? Ladies and gentlemen.
Only the ones who deserve it.
Time to kill everybody, God style.
Everybody's bad. There's no good, not even one. Exactly. Everybody's sinning short of the glory of Bob Barker.
Going on. Oh, but our poor little octopus. He's a little sad. He needs to meet other octopi and other sea creatures as we move into intolerance.
He needs to meet Pastor Bob Larson.
Also, sup, Clockwork Rex.
Hey, Clockwork.
And Doorknob Head, and everyone in there.
Did you get to watch much of that?
And Apricot
stuff, Pastor Bob.
I watched a little bit of it.
Okay.
But we'll probably review some more Pastor Bob stuff coming soon because he does such crazy stuff.
I saw that today, and I almost thought, like, this can't be This can't be real. Bob
it was live, right? I saw.
Yeah, it was live. Bob is trolling us at this point.
I think. Oh no! Wait, no, I do remember it. The woman who was claiming the monkey god.
The monkey god.
Yeah, because I looked the god up, and I was looking through, and I'm like, this god is not known classically as an evil god. I feel like you're just pulling a evil the thing. Well, I mean, you could do whatever you want. Like again, it's fan fiction. We're the skeptics. But I'm just saying, in the classic myth, it's not. He's exercising
according to Christianity, all false gods are evil.
True.
So just the fact that he's a Hindu god or alone means that he's working for the devil. So But
does that just mean she was Hindu? That's what
I think she was Indian. Like I don't know if she was Hindu. I mean, if she's calling a Christian pastor, she's probably not an active Hindu. Maybe she was at one point converted, but she feels like she's still got this baggage of demons left.
Maybe got all those demons.
And she said, "I have just way too much money. I would like Pastor Bob Larson to take some of my money." And Pastor Bob Larson, okay, don't threaten me with a good time.
That's right. You got money.
I'll take it.
And also, woohoo! Sup, Heat Shield. And all right.
Shield.
God threatens to kill everyone in Numbers chapter 14 again. Mana, That's what he does. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, "It's okay. You're gonna escape, Moses. I feel for you. How long will it says, how long will this people provoke me? It shouldn't be how long will these people provoke me? I know of me, of all the people, to criticize someone speaking English, or even writing it. How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me for all the signs which I have shewed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence." Once again, this is the good guy. "And disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than thee." Also, this is like an 8-year-old god. I'm like, what? Are you going to spill over their sandcastle too?
"I don't like you, mommy. I want a different mommy. You're so mean to me."
But what?
I want to go to the pool. Yeah, he's throwing a temper tantrum like a toddler. "Well, fine. I'll get a new chosen people."
Yeah, and they'll be better. They'll be 5 times better than yours.
I won't make them be slaves. They'll be better than you. Won't be more numerous than the stars. They'll be more numerous than the atoms of the universe.
Exactly.
I'll give their guys 2 penises like snakes.
Twice the penises?
Yeah.
No. Will they be 15 feet? Anyway, God said to Moses, of course, "How long will these people provoke me? How long will it be until they believe me?" I don't know. At this point, I feel like chosen people, you guys... it's not working. You should, yeah. "Oh, wow. I will kill them all with pestilence and make some new people stronger with them. Man, you are a child." Woo, no. Bad. That's not how you end a relationship. Bad, Yahweh. Bad.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, he's... What can you say about him? He's that guy.
He's that guy. He's going through a phase. This is his angry stage. Oh my. So Moses talks him out of it again.
Don't kill them all, God, like last time. Just we'll kill some of them.
Which, of course, entails a little poka. A poka. It's still there. We still got some violence. And it's still a big old
Amy is just ready to poke something.
Oh, just, baby, I will poke something.
You still got Gavin down there?
You okay, Gavin? Yeah, he's doing good. But he's okay. He's taking a nap. But also another helping of injustice. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, you're going to be unjust to us,
It's like going into court and the judge is on ayahuasca. He's just spacing out up there, saying all kinds of crazy shit.
So you're pleading.
Nobody can criticize him
So you're pleading guilty, but what do the unicorns feel about it? But we also have to keep on laughing, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, this all makes perfect sense if you just don't think about it. Definitely. And of course,
there's a horse,
we have to bring up its intolerance. So our poor friend
still sad.
That's weird. James, I think there's also a biblical contradiction. That's what? A contradiction in the Bible.
They better take those off the website, or they're gonna get people. They're gonna get sued for false false claims,
false advertising,
IID. They're emotionally inflicting distress on people because then they're going to doubt the Bible.
Because it's a perfect book.
Bible. You can't doubt the Bible.
Exactly. Anyway, Numbers chapter 14. If you just joined us, Moses talks him out of it. Yo, so funny. If you had no context, would you think that someone was talking a God out of something?
I mean, it's like the guy who's like,
come out of the closet.
I'm going to kick his ass, Amy. Hold me back. Don't let me get him. Don't let me get him. I'll fucking fuck them all up. Okay, God, calm the fuck down.
Calm down. Or talking God out of a fight.
You didn't take your lithium this morning, God.
But I just don't understand why this God is so human. Like, so ridiculous. Well, I do understand why.
I think you do understand it. Yeah,
we do. We do indeed. What is up? Super Bass says, you mean omnipotent being can't contradict themselves? I'm confused. I know, right? Hey, you would think they'd be able to lift a boulder so big that even they could not do it. Or wait. But yes, sending love to Twitch chat. In fact, I am going to send the link in chat.
We are, about 90% done with this chapter.
We are moving to the halfway mark, I think.
Woohoo!
So if you would like to join us out there in Twitch land, send in the link out in YouTube land. We'd like to cross-pollinate. Should put the Facebook link up in there too. If you would like to join our Skeptic and Ranting Facebook page or our Skeptic and Ranting Discord, which is in the description below, that link, because we will be going, that's right, don't reach the Discord, which we will be going on at the end of the show, but after our open mic, of course, which will be next. Sending love to everybody in chat. And all right.
Lovely assortment of people in our chat.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm saying I love gathering atheists and theists both. I like the back and forth, the having fun.
It is fun.
And okay. And like I said, I say hi to basically everyone's first thing they say. Like saying hi to everyone, their greetings and everyone. But if you do want your specific comment read after that, help James and I
we see it.
See it by tagging us at Amy Newman in chat. And all right, let's talk. Let's have Moses talk him out of it. Talk him off the ledge. Talk him back. And Charlton Heston, who I'm impressed is still alive at this point, to be honest, said unto the Lord Bob, "Then the New Yorkians shall hear it, for thou brought us up this people in thy might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of the land." Play your fire and land card. "For they have heard that thou, Lord Bob, art among this people, that thou, Lord Bob, art seen face to face." That's kind of what we've been talking about all this time. "And that the cloud standeth over them." Oh, our pet cloud. "That thou goes before them by any time in a pillar of cloud, all extra like, and in a pillar of a pillar of fire by night." Oh, they really are talking about our pet cloud.
Back to that, yeah, back to our cloud.
Exactly. I know. I was gonna say James and I have decided to become sisters. James has transitioned down below. So
Thank you.
Hi, Ozone Pro.
That's gotta be Oz. That's our lovely friend Oz.
And where we were, and they will tell it like it is to the inhabitants of the land. Oh, we're talking face to face, and they've seen the cloud. Okay, I did read that. And now, if thou shalt stabby McStabberson or kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, do-a-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-doom. No. Because of the Lord Bob was not able to bring this people into the land, which he swear, he's getting fancy. Don't swear, God, onto them. Therefore he hath slain them in the wilderness of RuneScape. Well, that is what you do. I mean, hey, in the wilderness. Oh, it is Oz. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is that for?
Hey, Oz. The Ozone Show.
Gang.
Hang gang. Ozzy McOzerson.
And now I beseech thee, let the...
It's been a while since we had his brother Zoe. Remember Oz's brother, the Zoe, the pastor trying to normalize Christianity?
I think he does that only when he thinks there is an atheist or a skeptic that is so zoned out on themselves that they just need to...
They're making bad arguments.
They could use a bop on their head. Yes. Yeah. Even we as skeptics need bops on the head every once in a while.
Amy needs them all the time. She can't get enough.
Baby, do I. But nonetheless, we're beseeching thee. We're letting our power... Oh, I beseech thee, let the power of the Lord Bob be great. Let it be over 9,000, according as thou hast spoken, saying, wow. Really? Are you a bad girlfriend? Like, I'm reading the sentence and I'm just staring at it in disbelief. You're jealous? Now you're going to be... The Lord Bob is long-suffering. The atheists are not making this up.
She is so long-suffering. He is so long-suffering. Let me tell you. He doesn't just kill people the instant they do something to piss him off.
But the fedora around our heads is going to choke us because why? I guess he's long-suffering. The Lord Bob is long-suffering and of great mercy. Great.
He is so merciful. So merciful. Wait, how long does he roast people for that piss him off? Forever? Forever. Well, I mean, I can't think of any more prime example of mercy than torturing people forever. Right.
That's right, baby. The everlasting torture chamber. So this God is jealous and long-suffering. We're learning his good trait. I wonder if he puts that on his Tinder profile. Visiting the forgiving inequity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty. Excuse me. Visiting the integrity of the fathers upon the children, onto the third and fourth generation. Always a good sentence you want to hear. You are long-suffering, merciful, and forgiving, punishing children for what their fathers did 3 or 4 generations for they existed. Okay, can I get some context? Okay, hold on. I need to get some context.
I mean,
are they complaining to each other? Because that sounds truthful. If so, well, no. Okay, let me just hold on. Pardon, I beseech thee, the iniquity of this people, according unto the greatness of thy mercy, so great, and as thou hast forgiven this people from New York, even until now. Okay, let me get the full context here. Moses said to God, if you kill them, the Egyptians will hear about it, and they'll tell everyone. And then everyone will say he wasn't able to bring his people into the promised land, so he killed them in the wilderness. You are long-suffering, merciful, and forgiving, punishing children for what their fathers did 3 or 4 generations before they existed. Pardon the people according to your mercy. Lordy.
So yeah, well, I mean, he's already made good clear he has no problem punishing people for what their parents did, their grandparents, their great-great-grandparents did. He doesn't care. He has no compunction about keeping disabled people away from the temple, people who are just unusually short in stature. If you're, I guess, if you're a guy who's below, 5'7", 5'8", you can't be near the temple because you're just not tall enough. Therefore, there must be something wrong with you. You're
must defective. Be this not a ride.
Manlets need not apply. I am the Lord thy God. Got thee out of Egypt.
And, I can put your butt back in. Oh, we get it, Dad. We get it.
He is always bargaining with God, Claire, and it's that would never happen in reality. So it tells you that this is fucking bullshit.
Yo, bargaining with the God.
He's haggling with God like a fucking salesman at a car dealership. Like, if you kill them all, then all the other gods will be better than you because you couldn't deliver your people to the promised land. You had to kill them all because you got mad at them. But the other gods, they don't kill all their people. He's like, I really, really, really want to kill them all. But God damn it, you're right, Moses. Fuck.
I guess not.
So I won't kill them, but damn it, I'm going to do mean things to their kids. Their grandkids, their great-grandkids. When they're born with birth defects and deformities, that's me because I got mad at what their ancestors did.
Yeah, a really loving God.
I am the Lord. I in cancer, I invented that. I made it up. Leprosy, I give it to people that piss me off.
Yeah. Once again, this is the God of love. All right, we're moving into the God decides to kill them later. What a nice guy.
Softly.
Which, once again, more stabba. Nonetheless, we have a double, triple now scooping of judgmental God. Because they're always like, who are you to judge God? It's like the only actual person that we can prove exists that can make judgments. But, you know, beyond that, who are we to judge him? Who is he to judge us? I'll tell you, an asshole. Anyway.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. He made the universe. He made humans. He made us be able to deviate from his nature, but then he declares that his arbitrary nature is the rule of the universe, and anything that contradicts that is sin.
Naughty, naughty sin, which we still once again have to laugh about because this God keeps on up so many. Like, if this could be called the Big Book of Yahweh's Mistakes, I think that would be a more proper title.
He does seem to. He screws up a lot, actually.
Like, kind of a little bit too much for a god. I don't know.
Almost like a human amount of fuck-ups, would you say?
Almost like a human amount of fuck-ups. I feel like I've done way better in The Sims. That's all I'm saying. I feel like I've mastered real-time strategies. You know, I mean, up to a certain point of difficulty level, better than God has. Nonetheless...
You're trying to say God couldn't find his way out of a wet paper bag?
I kind of am, yeah.
Does he know his ass from a hole in the ground?
He doesn't. He keeps on messing up. He doesn't
learn anything either. He just makes the same mistakes over and over again.
Here's the thing. It was written by humans, and so we're supposed to learn things. Things have to mess up so that you can learn. But if it was just... So it's prescriptive. But if it was descriptive, if it was just describing what was going on, then this God's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Absolutely.
Like that it makes no sense once you take that out of story or mythological context and structure. Peter says, can we call the Quran the book of the new and improved mistakes, pretty please? Sure. I mean, my go-to saying is that religions are all the same non-truth. So I argue with people or ask them questions about where they're at. If you just want to talk about deism all day, I think that's sometimes annoying and disingenuous if you're not a deist. But I'll do it. I'll have we'll talk these
most of them are not arguments. Deists, yeah.
Well, and that's what annoys me is that they're used as battering rams to try and just jimmy their God in so that they can get them to their specific God. But they should just be used by deists who actually believe in deist claims. Yeah, you think?
That's like we said before with the superstition. Like once you made that leap and you say, well, just based on philosophy, I guess there has to be a God. There has to be a mind. All the choices are really, really bad. They're all really shitty choices, but I've got to pick one.
And can I tell you,
take a shot.
Yeah,
take a shot and pick the one that sucks the least. Yeah.
The word mind, you just said it. It's so triggering to me. I cannot wrap my mind around a mind outside time and space. Like, I do not. That's why I think I have so much, I don't know, fun or interest in arguing against some of these deistic gods, because I really like its root and stem, like the very seed of it, the very mind outside time and space. That is what I disagree with. So it's nearly not impossible, but very difficult to get me down their rabbit trail, because I don't understand why, like, Consciousness to me is eating and drinking and walking and doing a whole bunch of stuff. But apparently,
shitting,
yes, exactly. Those things specifically actually added on into what I just said. And yet this God does nothing that we associate a mind with. Like, it does all the cool stuff. Like, oh, it makes choices and it affects, it has free will and all this stuff and goes on roller coasters because it's tall enough. But once it comes to, like you said, it's gross. I feel bad for everyone talking about going to the bathroom. But we eat. Eating is our main purpose in life, and so is getting rid of it. And then, optionally, the third is then mating. You can do it asexually. You can do it with swapping of genomes that we call sex. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Evolution came up with a few different ways.
Seems to be one of the hallmarks of being alive and a conscious agent. So if you don't have any of the you don't have any of the things that we associate with being alive, you don't have any of the things that we associate with being a mind, you're a plot device. You
don't even exist in time or space.
Well, from my view, they exist to create us. Like, God's entire reason is to make sure that we exist because we're the most important thing, and
to stop the infinite regress. That way, you can't just keep going back forever. It's like, okay, God, and can we go back? No, you can't go back from there. Why? Because he's God. You just can't.
And there's not even an infinite regress.
Stop fucking asking me questions.
Which there is no infinite regress. We just can't go back any further than the Big Bang if possible. We're just stuck. That's not infinite regress.
Well,
it could be an infinite regress.
You could go back. You could go back forever. We just don't know.
Just don't know. Just don't have enough information, which is the correct answer. I don't know.
It could be.
Is that the actual correct answer? But yes, God decides to kill them later. So let them sort them out. Let God sort of kill them all.
Let I sort them out. Let me sort them out.
Yeah, of course. Which, once again, our little grumpy octopus who needs to. It's okay. You're gonna meet other octopi, and all right.
Try to make some friends. Get out there. Come on,
friends. Don't out there.
Don't commit genocide every time people, do something you don't like.
Exactly. Go out for a party.
Gods are nice. They're okay. They're not so bad.
Exactly. Just go meet friends. Just have a conversation. And all right, Numbers chapter 14. And the Lord Bob said, I have asked from a pardon from the president himself. No. According to thy word. But as truly as I live, you're getting a little extra again, but okay. All the earth shall be filled with the glory, oh my, of the Lord Bob. Because all those men, it's raining men, which have seen my glory, hey, it wasn't too far off, and my miracles, which I did in New York, we remember, and in the wilderness of RuneScape, have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice. Oh man, I don't know. Maybe it's lost romance, or maybe you should just let it go, God. I think you might have to go find another date. Surely, don't call me Shirley. They shall not see the land cards which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoked me to see it. Oh, you provoked me to see it. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Well, God said, okay, I've pardoned them as you've asked me. All the earth will be filled with my glory. But all those men who have seen my glory and all my miracles and yet have tempted me 10 times and haven't obeyed me, they shall not see the promised land. Okay.
This is how they're going to have to wander forever in the desert, yeah.
Except for this one guy. Oh my God. But my servant Caleb, he's pretty cool. The end. because he had another spirit with him. He had 2 shots of alcohol and he had my back fully. Yo, that dude had me since the beginning. Him will I bring into the land cards, of the Magic Land cards, when he went, and his seed, giggity, shall possess it. Now, the Amalekites of Babana, touch me, and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Oh, well, that's nice. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness of landscape by the way of the Red Sea. So all that to basically say, except for Caleb. Good to know. Thanks, Bible. And the Lord, oh, don't spack onto us. We're frickin' soaking wet, Lord. And the Lord Bob spack onto Moses, which if you're doing a drinking contest for spacking, you would have alcohol poisoning right now. And on to Aaron Ra. He's like by his side. Kind of PTSD from watching his sons die and doing all the heavy lifting.
He's just waiting for the next one to get zapped.
Waiting for the next one. How long shall I bear? More QQ incoming. Shall I bear with this evil congregation which murmur against me?
He wants a bear?
He wants a bear. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Ishmael, and so should you, because you're a god, which they murmur against me.
Oh, they complaining about me again? God. Are they whining again?
Oh, the many faces. Say unto them, as truly as I live, saith the Lord Bob, as ye have spoken in mine ears, so will I do to you. I'm sorry, what? God said to Moses and Aaron, how long will I put up with this evil congregation? I've heard the murmurings as they murmur against me. Say to them, as you have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcass shall fall in the wilderness of RuneScape. A common thing if you played RuneScape and went into the wilderness. Look, PvP is rough, folks. And all that were numbered of you, according to your whole... I could feel Leophilius just in the back. Someone going, you're right. The freaking wilderness. It's freaking hard.
I don't know what that means.
I know. So I'll give.
I don't know what that means.
So in RuneScape, which is an RPG game, which has been around forever at this point, though it first came out when I was like in high school or some shiz, but then they've gone through a million iterations, but they've always been free to play since way before free to play was even that word probably even existed. And what happens is
one of the first ones that was free to play.
Exactly. What happens is 2/3 of the game or more is PvE. But you can go in the map, if you go north, if you keep on heading north, you eventually get to a line which is called the wilderness. And once you hit that line in the wilderness, it's PvP. And the further up in the wilderness you go, the better the rewards and the loot are that line the wilderness. But of course, the deeper you go, the further you go into the land of everyone trying to kill you and kill each other. And so, yeah. So I'm going to keep on saying the wilderness of RuneScape, baby. That is a gameplay mechanic. Yeah. I can't help. I am a little bit of a geek.
In the wilderness. What did you know? Somebody the other day, somebody last stream was talking about like that. Oh, all the Ken Hovind, I think all the nice, non-aggressive animals, they moved to Australia to the wilderness out there. And Mark's like, actually, we have some pretty nasty animals here. Even the birds in Australia, the cassowaries will kill you. I mean, Australia, that's a nasty place, a nasty wilderness.
Yeah, Australia is very similar to America in a lot of regards, including some of the nasty animals. Sometimes they got stuff that'll, probably even more than America, that'll ear stuff up.
I mean, cat. It's a bird, but it'll disembowel you. It's got like 2 like knives on its feet. It'll just jump up, drop kick you, and all your organs will fall right out.
It's also interesting how they evolved there. How the pouches actually,
the marsupials, yeah.
How marsupials branched. So you have marsupials that are predators. You have marsupials that are, just eat vegetation. But all coming from pouch animals, which are some of them are so adorable. I think it's that when they're born, they're not fully, like their gestation period in the womb wasn't long enough, so they go in the pouch for a while to continue. I guess. Oh yeah, the pouch. So they had their nip. I don't know all, but the majority of mammary glands are in there, and so they climb. In fact, I think kangaroos are born, and their first journey in life is to climb up into that.
They jump right out
into the pouch.
Yeah, right.
Woohoo! Also,
I mean, it's like evolution didn't have a top. It doesn't have like a top-down manager approach to say, well, I'll just make the kangaroo spend longer in the womb. I mean, evolution it's the way it happens,
Sup, Muhammad. Yep, and it's convergent evolution, a lot of it. That's why a lot of animals look the same as animals not on Australia. Because what happens is...
Similar environments.
Is that we're as much as we're dictated by mutations, we're really dictated by the environment. And so you have similar environments, and that's all you need. You're going to get similar. It's why hyenas have dog-like features to begin with, etc.
Well, it's like how many different times has evolution invented the wing, like the bird's wing, the bat's wing, insects' wings? They're all wings, but
they do it
differently.
All
similar, but they're all different, but they accomplish a similar purpose.
Just like a fish swims drastically different than a dolphin because their spinal cords are differently.
Right. Praise evolution.
Praise, I know. Well, it's funny that it's another creatious thing. Even though we rarely talk about, everything is really an isolated subject. We don't talk about evolution unless we're talking about evolution. But there are some channels where they really do you guys just pray to evolution and blah, blah, blah. Yes, I just wake up every day and I go, oh, thank you, Charles Darwin, for I have sinned a lot, and it was amazing.
All the creatures had to die for you to evolve to get here today. Evolution's a death cult. They worship death. They worship destruction. They like death. Death is the ultimate goal. That's where they're going. You're just going to die one day.
And no, that's being an adult. Just like accepting the fact that we die. Being an adult. Super sad. It is.
Yeah, but it is what it is. It's You don't have to like it, but if you want to pretend it's not real, that's up to you.
It's true. It is true.
That's true, but we're not praying to it like it's a god. It's life. It's life. It's reality.
Because a lot of
kids are not exact copies of their parents, and that's it.
A lot of them have an obsession with a certain subject. So if you're an anti-evolution person, that is your tool. And you will go back to it back and back and back. Just like we are, and because we don't have a religion, we talk about absolutely freaking everything because, all of these religions.
We're just talking about reality, life.
Just talking about life, having a good time, baby. And all right, I think we're about 2/3 done this chapter, and then we're moving on into
pour
the open
wisdom
mic.
on.
You can say
pour
it. The wisdom is on. That's right, baby. Pour it on. Klingita and clangita. So yes, we were talking wilderness. There now you know the wilderness of RuneScape.
And Australia.
And Australia. I would love to go to Australia. Well, I'll be honest with you. Hopefully, I will tour all over one day. One day we'll even do.
When we get
I've seen Bill
we get
Burr.
1 million subscribers, and we're having money
and you
poured out of our...
don't even need 1 million. But Bill Burr has done live podcasts and stuff where he's rented out a little auditorium and stuff and done live podcasts. So I would love to do that. And all right, coming soon one day, ladies and gentlemen. The goal right now is to get monetized. Right, we are heading for 1,000 subscribers.
We're well on the way.
We're well on the way, having fun, and in fact, sending love to all our subscribers, all of our viewers, all of just the people out there. We're sending love to you.
Patreons, the mods.
The Patreons. And I just hope your day is going well. I hope your night's going well. I hope you're cozy, having a good old time as we are having a little roasting session.
Roasting of God.
Bible. Exactly. You can't make fun of God, James. Remember that. He won't be made fun of.
He won't be.
All right.
He'll probably kill us at any moment.
Probably.
That's what we're doing. We're murmuring.
That's right. He won't unless he would strike us down right now. No?
Oh.
Nothing.
Oops.
Oh, had his chance. Anyway, your carcass shall fall in the wilderness of RuneScape. Uh-oh, we got slain by a better player. And all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, but not like a fraction of a number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. No murmuring. Don't like the murmuring. That's what he's saying. He wouldn't like me. I mumble. Doubtless ye shall not come into the land.
Oh. I thought God was doing like an edging session.
I know. It's going to be hot for a second. Concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein. Save Caleb, the one guy I like. The son of Jephthah. Juniper. And Joshua, my man. And the son of that really mean nun. But your little ones, like my kitty, which ye should...
This little light of mine.
Which ye should be a prey. Birds of Prey, good movie. There will I bring in
vegetarian birds of prey.
The vegetarian birds of prey. Yeah. Exactly. And they shall know the land. Well, if you get my drift. Which ye have despised. I'm sorry. Let's get some context.
Totally despised.
Say to them, as you have spoken in my ears, I will to you. So all of you who are 20 years old and older will die. Nice. In the wilderness from murmuring against me. Not one of you will survive except for Caleb and Joshua. They let Joshua in. Cool Kids Club. And your children into the land. I'll let your children into the land which you have despised. Woo! Nice guy. But
once he just said he was going to punish them for...
Yo, he goes back and forth.
The kid.
I don't know. I don't know what I was about to say. I wouldn't want to be on this guy's bad side, but I don't know what his good side is. But for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in the wilderness of RuneScape, and your children. Keep going again with the 40, and your children shall wander in the wilderness of RuneScape. For 40 years.
Wander.
Oh my God! We were supposed to be playing hide and seek, and then Dad just went out to get cigarettes, and then he never came back. No, Billy, it's gonna be okay. 40 years though. Thank you, Bible, for letting me say the sentence. and bear your whoredoms. Bear your
40
whoredoms
years.
as much as you can. Get as whoredoms in as
Are you
you
going to
can.
go a whoring around, Amy?
I am going to go as whoredoming around hard as I possibly can until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye search the land, even 40 days. Even 40 days? Oh, I saw that movie. He was a virgin shit. 40 years? Each day for a year shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years a virgin, and ye shall know my breach of promise. I am the Lord. Bob, we know you tell us every time.
I really am this time. I really am the Lord.
I really am. Totally. I will surely do it. Do it to it.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me. I lift. Until all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me. There's such mean faces.
Don't fuck with me. I'm a blue belt.
Don't fuck with me. In this wilderness of RuneScape, they shall be consumed. Well, video games do that to you sometimes, especially if you just get into it. You're new. And there they shall die. Okay, excuse me, what? I'll let your children in the land which you have despised. But as for you, your dead bodies will fall in this wilderness. Your children shall wander in the wilderness for 40 years. Once again, good guy. Me. They will bear your whoredoms while your bodies decay in the wilderness. As the spies search the land for 40 days, so your children will wander in the wilderness for 40 years. Wow, he escalated that kind of. A year for each day. Wow, he's a dick. They shall bear your iniquities. That will teach you and them. I will surely do this to this evil congregation. They will die and rot in the wilderness. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Okay. This is the last section.
You think this? I mean, you might just think this would be like something somebody wrote. So when people are bitching and complaining, they say, "Well, yeah, look what happened in Numbers when they were complaining." You got any more complaints? You want any more complaints? I don't think.
Yeah, so. Got anything more for the complaint department?
Yeah,
no. Like, come on.
Like if you were a political or religious leader and people are complaining to you, you might want to shut that down. So you might want to write that into a book of bad things that happen when people complain.
Yeah, I get the feeling he gets so angry he eventually makes like a burning torture pit for all his haters forever. Oh man.
Oh, you don't think he's real? You don't think he's real, huh? Oh well.
Oh, you'll learn. You'll learn. After death.
Christopher Hitchens knows he's real. Stephen Hawking knows he's real now.
Right. All you dirty, dirty heathens.
It's just funny that last time Ralph was doing the exact same Ken Hovind thing. He's like, Christopher Hovind thinks like, oh, Stephen Hawking, he knows that God is real now. He's met him, and he was not happy with Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, because they're all roasted and toasted, and even though they were amazing individuals with intellects the size of mountains, nonetheless, they're all terrible people burning.
They should have arbitrarily just chosen to believe in God anyway, you know.
And all right, we are coming into the last section. That's what
are we doing?
Or he said. We're coming into the last section of the night, which means I am going to post the link. Oh, baby. Has it been as good for you as it has for me, James?
It's been amazing over here.
It's been amazing. Woohoo. Also, did we say, I think he's either been here for a while or did he just join? I don't know. But Doc, send him I think he's been here. Saying hi to everybody. Love in chat. I see Andrew still hanging.
Tell us about boobies or
luck. Team Unicorn, baby. I love showing off my tatas. But But as we roll into the last section, I'm going to send this link right now so you can join us for the open mic that we will be rolling into. And after an hour or so of that, you can, if you don't want to join us on live stream, you can join us on our Discord. And all right, baby, sending that link into chat. Feel free to join us. Doesn't matter if you are on Facebook. Doesn't matter if you're on Twitch. Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube. If you are on the interwebs, if you have your 5G booster shot ready, you can join us. A pulse. We love you. Theist, atheist, whatever. Come one, come all. Just not on the sheets. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been reading Skeptic Bible Study, Spies, Giants, and Revolts. And I couldn't I couldn't think of a better way a better section to wrap up this episode in itself on the chapters. God kills the 10 honest spies. Comes
spies
all
like
around
us.
full circle, ladies and gentlemen. Spies like us. But our first section, just 2 scoopings. Just a nice 2 scoopings. Just a little bit of judgment, a little bit of injustice, because who doesn't love that? And then a good stabba of violence. You gotta end it with some violence. Who doesn't?
It wouldn't be the Bible otherwise. It might be some other holy text, but it wouldn't be the Bible.
Or at least it wouldn't be Numbers chapter 14. God kills the 10 honest spies. And our last section before we move into the open mic. And the men.
Got an assortment back there already.
We got into, I was going to say, Peter, Pakistani Theist, and Mark Reed sending love. But we are apparently going to go. This makes me, if I was a visual effects producer, I would definitely have God fight 10 spies. That would be fucking badass. God versus 10 ninjas, in my opinion, because that would be worth the ticket price.
God
in general.
versus 10 kittens, and they kick his ass.
Yeah, well, if the kittens win, I would pay for that. I would definitely pay for that. And all right, God kills 10 honest spies. Numbers chapter 14. And the men, it was been raining all night, which Charlton Heston sent to the search of the land. All of his land cards, he tapped them, if you're a Magic player, who returned and made all the congregation, not half of them, all of them, to murmur against him, which apparently is this really bad concept. No one likes a murmurer, apparently, by bringing up a slander upon the land card, which was tapped. Even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before the Lord. I'm sorry, what? God sent a plague to kill the 10 honest scouts. Oh, lovely.
I mean, fits with the Bible, right? It's in keeping.
It's with the Bible. Heat Shield says, so many rules. Then can we get a layer of sheets on top of the good sheets? I don't know. We'll find out.
I don't know, Answer. We will find out. If the Avatar says anything, we're in for a wild ride.
And these men. And those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before the Lord. But Joshua. Trying to think of something. Trying to think of something funny for Joshua. Joshua Schmoshua? That's all I got so far. But Joshua Schmoshua. I knew a kid named Joshua once. Joshua Herbel. But Joshua Herbel, the son of a Catholic nun, and Caleb.
That makes sense.
The Caleb, the son of Juniper, which were of the men that went to search the land, card. Also, I feel like I have to say this. If you're not a geek, once again, there is a card game that is called Magic the Gathering. And in order to play the different cards, you have to have different lands. That's how you use energy to do moves. And there's forest lands and mountain lands and water lands. So there's lands coming out your tuchus. And so you have to tap that, means turn it. And so you can access the energy to make your moves. So I'm going to keep on tapping.
Access the energy from your tuchus?
That's right, from my tuchus to access the land card every time. Live still or die. But God didn't kill Joshua and Caleb. He likes having special people. He has favorites.
He'll kill him later.
He'll kill, probably. Yo, this is like a Saw movie. And Charlton Heston told
the ones who die right away are actually the lucky ones.
Right away, I know. At least he lets them die. Like, once you die, you're dead. But my Jeebus, is it going to not be a fun time until you die? It's going to be fun for Yahweh, anyway. And Charlton Heston told these sayings unto all the children of Israel, Shmishmael.
All of them?
And the people, all, not
every
James,
one of them?
Half?
Everyone?
Was it one? No, it was all of them. And the people mourned greatly. That's the least of the, yeah. And they rose up early in the morning and as you do, and gat them up into the top of the mountain, saying, is it kind of low or kind of high? We be here, and we'll go up onto the place which the Lord Bob hath promised us, and this has never went wrong before, for we have sinned.
Bless me, Amy, I've sinned.
Woohoo! What's happening? What's up, the freak? What's up, the freak? And we're about to actually go into open mode, ladies and gentlemen. Doorknob says anyone in Tron underwear. Tron. Exactly, baby. And
Amaretto has made an appearance. There you go, Amaretto.
Amaretto in the house.
All right.
The real witch, baby.
The Wicked Witch?
The Wicked Witch. Not the way we normally think of that word, but sure. Okay. Oh, my. Which the Lord hath promised, for we have sinned. See? There we go. Going just like that. And Charlton Heston, wherefore now
art thou Romeo?
Art thou Romeo? Do ye transgress the commandment of the Lord Bob? We're going back to the commandments. But it shall not prosper.
The skull.
Nah, it's not even a little bit.
Go not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. Tomorrow will work better. Go not up, and the Lord is not among you, that he be not smitten before your enemies.
Oh, he's a little smitten.
I'm sorry, what?
He's a little
smitten. Oh, how nice. Little smitten.
He's a little shy.
A little shy. The Israelites mourn the deaths of the scouts that God killed. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Moses said to the people, you will be killed by your enemies because you disobeyed God's commandment. Yo, could shit not be going worse right now? Isn't this God's people? Like,
this is God's people. He's killing more of them than anybody else.
This is now the chosen people versus God, right? This is. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, it seems like it's more dangerous to be part of the chosen people.
Well, this is the time in the story where, like, they've been working for, the 2/3 of the movie, but then there's always that cross point where they're like, I'm sorry, but I had to do it. And then they have to turn. There's always that one guy. Apparently, I don't know who I should be angry at in this situation, because the humans and God, I'll be honest with you, they both do dumb things. Like, I wish I could give points here for either of them, but they're
both idiots.
Both to blame. They are both idiots. Whew. I mean, no, I don't even want to make a defense, because they both just you could just have a point system back and forth. Anyway, For all the Amalekites and the Canaanites, and these are our last three passages, and we'll be rolling into our open mic, ladies and gentlemen. For all the Amalekites and the Canaanites, every time I see Amalekites, I want to make a joke about like a Six Flags or some kind of roller coaster theme park, but I don't know what word is coming to my mind. Something is there. I don't know. Are there before you? Amaretto lights. Oh my, baby. And ye shall fall by the hugs? No. By the sword. Because ye are turned away from the Lord Bob. Therefore the Lord Bob will not be with you. But they presume, this is them going up against God. Okie dokie. But they presume to go up onto the hilltop. Nevertheless, the Ark of the Covenant was pretty cool. Of the Lord Bob. And Charlton Heston, who, I mean, dude, everything is on fire. You had a burning bush. Now everything is on fire. Departed, not out of the camp. Yeah, if I was him, I'd be like, what the...
Camp on Awana?
I would give up. If I was Moses, I would just leave. Fuck the chosen people. Fuck the God.
You should just quit.
Same with R and Ra. Both of you guys should just walk out. Okay?
Just quit. I mean,
just quit.
The benefits of being this mouthpiece are not, manifesting.
Yeah, are not manifesting. And all right, covenant of the Lord, and Moses departed out of the camp like an emo, going through his emo phase. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them. Oh, it's not comfy. Even unto Homer. Oh! So wait, what? Moses said to the people, you will be killed by your enemies because you disobeyed God's commandment. He's being straight here. They are just telling each other they're all going to kill each other. The Amalekites and the Canaanites will kill you with the sword because you turned away from God, so God will not be with you. The people went to the hilltop with Moses or the Ark of the Covenant, and the Amalekites and Canaanites smote them there. There goes God's chosen people, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing.
Holy, amazing. What the hell did we just read? How did that go so wrong?
Where to start? So the first thing is this is just like an obvious okay, the people writing it, they know that they don't inhabit this land, so they have to have a reason why they're not inhabiting these lands. So they're just blaming it on the people that God escaped out. Like, oh, it's their fault because they didn't listen to God. But this whole thing, these whole 2 chapters, they really don't make any sense because, like we said right off the bat, okay, why would God... why would you even need to send scouts in if why couldn't God just tell you what's there for one, and 2, why would it deter these people when they've seen God destroy entire armies before, but now they're all getting weak in the knees about these group of people because they're tall, we're like grasshoppers.
Meaty faces.
But I mean, like, what's the point of even sending a scout? Because if the scouts are going to come back and it's like the worst case scenario, it's terrible. And but the correct answer is still we just go in anyway. But what's the point of sending a scout? Like, what does that accomplish? Because like, oh yeah, it's like the worst case scenario. They are going to just destroy us. Okay, well, we're going in anyway. It's pointless. It doesn't really even make sense. Because the correct answer, what God wants them to do is just to march in anyway. So why would he even send it out?
Is this God's plan? Like, if this is God's plan, then he's got a shitty plan. Like, back to the drawing board, my main man.
It's like, Send the scouts in. I'm going to make sure the people there are really scary so the scouts will get scared and then they won't want to go in and attack. And then I'll get to punish a bunch of people. I'll get to kill people. And for funsies, I'll get to punish their kids and their grandkids and their great-grandkids and their great-great-grandkids and make bad stuff happen to them because they deserve it for being born. They deserve it.
Exactly. They had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming. Anyway. Oh, it's such a good song, though.
Do it.
Better than the lyrics of the Bible.
All right.
But yes.
Open it up.
We have a whole bunch of fun people coming by. That's what she said. To talk with us about the Bible and some theology. Peter, Pakistani theist, Mark, Reed, and Claire. Yes. As we move into our open mic.
I think we lost Amy. We'll get Amy back. Oh, we have multiple Amy's.
Multiple Amy's. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. With that,
Peter on.
And I want to hold on with it. And so okay. Just wanted to say, as we've been moving along, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Spies, Giants, and Revolts. We want to get everybody in here, but we do want to eventually go into open conversation. So we'd like everyone's openers to be piffy, but you do have 3 to 5 minutes to give your opening statement. With that being said, welcome, Peter, and hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts tonight? Might have caught him off guard.
Caught him with his pants down. He's gabbing.
That's okay. We can always go back to Peter. Peter, let's chill. Tell us when you're back.
I'm here.
Oh, now he's back.
Yeah.
Peter, how are you?
It usually helps if you set your microphone in StreamYard to the microphone that you're actually using and not the microphone that you're not using.
That always helps.
See? Yeah, I'm still amazed that Charlton Heston had so much part in the Bible. That's it's really amazing. I have to admit I didn't get everything you just talked about because I was working and I was just listening and heard a couple of things. I didn't know Brokeback Mountain was in there. I didn't know that what James mentioned wood on Brokeback Mountain would have made the film a lot better. It's all just so silly.
Tents and wood.
Yeah, I mean, and the sexual connotations. Did these people actually realize what they wrote most of the time?
Yeah, there's a lot of innuendo in there.
Yes, and then all the names and the tribes of such and the tribes of this and the tribes of go fuck yourself. Why? You've got an all-powerful God who can do everything, and he doesn't even have to snap his fingers. He just has to think of it, and he needs all these people to go do his work, and sends them here and sends them there when he could just think of it and it would be done, and there wouldn't be any mistakes. Like, let's say, let people write your Bible, for instance.
But then he wouldn't be able to punish people for the mistakes they make. So, yeah.
Yeah, that would be his biggest problem. Then every fuck up he'd have to own that.
Be his fault, yeah.
Yeah, and he's not that good at admitting that he was wrong. Let's face it.
It's like Ken Hovind, kind of in that regard.
Yeah. It's good that you mentioned Ken Hovind, because another term that came up a lot was murmuring. and I don't know if the people that are watching know, murmuring is the language spoken by all of the inhabitants of Kenthoven's DAL, except Kenthoven.
He does not like murmuring. That's when people are.
No,
that's when people on the compound are saying mean things about Kenthoven.
It's all done in murmuring, so he can't hear, and that's when, you realize that the guy who does your tech stuff just helped you get rid of $10,000, which I still think is funny, because a while back Hovind showed a picture. Steve, is this your computer setup? Really proud. Yep, that's it. How did you get that, Steve? Not telling you.
So Steve stole $10,000 from him?
He was arrested for, among other things, embezzling about 10 grand from Dinosaur Adventureland. You have to admit, conning the con man.
Yeah. Imagine Kenthoven going down there to make the police report for that one. Like,
I mean, it. I almost would say that shouldn't be a crime, but who am I? I'm a person who has now fully made use of his 3 minutes, so I will give way for our next guest.
Yeah, you don't want to ramble on, Peter.
Yeah, because if once I start talking, I don't stop, apparently. So
thank you.
Thank
you so very much, Peter. And I just want to say, Pakistani theist, I saw that you dropped out. If it was an internet connection, I feel bad. But if you
did
want
scare
to
you did scare me a bit, Amy, introducing me as Peter Pakistani theist. I thought, what the hell did I do now?
No.
Peter's.
I feel bad. I hope it did. Hope we didn't scare you away. Right? We want some theist.
I did scare Otangelo earlier today, so let's keep it at one person per day.
Well, we are going to be doing the Shroud of Terran, I will say. That is on, so maybe he can join and tell us where we're getting it wrong. But I would love to get more theists on and tell us where we're wrong. But we're going to get another Team Skeptic in, Mark Reed. We are having fun. We are Skeptic Bible Study, and we've actually asked ourselves about Spies, Giants, and Revolts today. Or at least that's what we read about. Hope you are doing good, and what are your thoughts?
Well, Mark got his fingers worked out a little bit. He was being a keyboard warrior in there.
I was very well-armed keyboard over here. It's very aggressive today. Yeah, no, it's just bigots make me mad. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, so this story, it's got so much to give, really. It just keeps giving and giving. It's a hilarious story, and I think I agree with Peter and James, and the way that was sort of, but to my mind, one of the possibilities, and I'm not saying it is this way, but one of the possibilities is, you have the scouts go in, find some, big fuck off people, like some big boys out there in the wilderness, and come back and go, oh, we can't take these guys. And then Aaron and Moses going, oh, but you can with the Lord, kind of thing. Come on, boys. To me, it seems possible that they said, yeah, come on, we can take them and rouse the troops. They then got their asses beat. And he's like, oh, it's because you didn't believe that you could. Like the worst baseball team manager ever going, come on, we can take them. And then they lose the game, and it's like, it's all your fault. You didn't believe hard enough.
It's like a little league team versus a professional team, and then
right, and it's like the coach, in every good movie,
you guys' fault speech.
Yeah, you can do it, and then they go and get beat down, and he goes, "Well, you didn't believe. It's all your fault. You had hesitation. It just seems like you're blaming your team for what happens, and it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's just silly, really. Like this God could just apparently get rid of them in a snap of her fingers, and he doesn't. And let's not forget, this is the verse that says, hey, punish the children for the sins of the fathers. You have generational punishment going down, right? Which should horrify anybody, right? Like, imagine if you had to, like, you're born, you grow up, you're 18, and then you go, hey, your dad committed a crime when he was 50. You're going to jail. What? Like, seriously, what?
Or you're going to have to pay his fine, so you owe us $12,000. Thank you.
Right. And I mean, just because these and you've got to feel sorry for the scouts. I mean, they're sent out to scout, go, hey, there's these massive people, and nowhere does it really say giants. We are but grasshoppers to them. That could be taken in so many.
It's hyperbolic.
Right. It's very hyperbolic and very sort of exaggerated. But the scouts come back and go, hey, there's these big ass people out there. We don't think we can take them. Which is kind of like, that's something completely reasonable. And what, them and their children are punished for all time because they saw these massive people and went, we've got problems, boys and girls.
Why would you even send scouts out if the correct thing to do is just to march in anyway, no matter what? You might as well just,
why have scouts?
Well, it's kind of odd that if you basically went, well, if you don't listen to reason, and the evidences that are coming in that, hey, if you are completely irrational and attack these people without any form of strategy, you would have won.
And I think that's the moral of the story. It's like,
absolutely.
Don't use reason, don't use logic. Yeah.
But it sounds like me to more like, the manager of the team got his ass beat and he's just creating reasons as to why he got beaten that are not him. I think that's been a trend for me over this Bible study is I kind of, the cynical part of me, or I guess the skeptical part of me goes, you know what, like having your people to blame and an angry God to blame is the best excuse a manager could ever have. Like if you don't succeed, well, it's not your fault. It's the God decided not to, or your people didn't do the right thing and God is now angry with you. It seems like Moses has the best excuse for his constant fuck-ups and his constant, cruelty to people. It's just, God. But yeah, I won't start rambling as well, because like Peter, I'll talk forever as well. So
I want to get accused of it.
Thank you so very much, Mark. And all right,
absolutely.
Pakistani theist came back, so we are going to give him. We're going to put him up, and then we will get Claire in, and then we'll go into open conversation. But I know, but we're having fun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Skeptic Bible studying Spies, Giants, and Revolts. But Pakistani theist, I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Greetings. My name is Pakistani theist, and I'm from the Middle East. And
how are you doing tonight? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great. So I do not recognize as any, Christian or a Jew. So I don't resonate with these scriptures. So all my thoughts are that, like how Muslims would put this, that most of these scriptures are not preserved. And they have been interpolated, and they have no preservation systematic way of preserving these scriptures. So they end up in, a kind of corruption.
You are a Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
Thank you so very much, Pakistani Theist. In fact, thank you for joining me, or joining us if this is your first time. And we will go into open conversation in a second. All we need left is Claire.
Another Muslim.
But thank you so very much, Pakistani Theist.
Yeah.
I know it'd be interesting because I have noticed that she gets some love and hate from the Muslim community. It's but mix. We'll find out. So, Claire, we are Skeptic Bible Study, and we're talking Spies, Giants, and Revolts. I hope you are doing well. And what is your thoughts on the chapters we've been reading or anything we've been talking about?
Thank you for having me again, Amy. I'm doing well, and I hope you are all doing well too.
Absolutely.
The Numbers is a book of what I'm trying to say is that I've listened to enough I've listened to quite a few sermons by rabbis on this, and I think I can answer most of your questions. So I hope you'll try this. Ask me some questions. I know a few have already been asked, but I'm afraid I've just forgotten them. So maybe you'll try it again, and I'll try to answer them. About God and all the stuff that went on about scouts. Why did Moses have to send scouts out to scout out the territory? I think this is just a convention of war. If you want to attack a territory, a city, you kind of find send somebody first to check out the lie of the land, to see if they're vulnerable, what are their strong points, that kind of thing, and that's just normal practice. And basically the story of Numbers is that it was a tragedy that the scouts were afraid. They didn't have faith, and therefore the belief in the reports of these scouts resulted in the Jews, the Israelites, wandering Canaan for, so long that Moses and his generation died. So that's basically what Numbers is mostly about. Story-wise, anyway.
And okay, thank you so very much, Claire. And with that, we'll go into open conversation, and we can give questions back and forth and have some dialogue. We are Skeptic Bible Study, talking about some theology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some fun. And there's two of us. Like I said, we're twins. James decided to transition. I support his decision.
Thank you for your support.
Absolutely.
I find myself in a very lucky spot. I just noticed when I was looking on screen.
Oh my, I know. Here, you're surrounded.
I'm in a sandwich.
It's an Amy sandwich.
It's an Amy sandwich.
You know what they say, we do like being on our knees.
With extra mayo.
Extra mayo.
Always happens when I don't have my soundboard handy. It always does.
So Claire,
you're better than to
to
come in here
answer
without that
questions
soundboard.
About Numbers. So why exactly would you be answering questions by Numbers? As far as I know, you're not Hebrew.
I'm just saying I have made a study of Judaism and have listened to a few talks by rabbis on the subject, and I might know a few of the answers, the obvious questions that you ask. So maybe I'm wrong, but check me out.
So sending scouts was standard practice, you said. So why would you punish the scouts for reporting what they found? And you said, they didn't have faith.
Yes, so they reported all this stuff about there be giants and it's going to be hard. Let's go away and find somewhere easier and waste time, with the consequence that Moses died. He never reached the promised land, and that is considered a tragedy for him anyway. and also it's annoying to have to wander, around for I don't know how many more years, when you could have just, walked in and taken it. So, I guess you had to be,
if the correct answer, so charge on in anyway, no matter what the scouts say, it still doesn't alleviate the...
So let me get this straight. God proves the faithlessness of his servants who doubted whether they could just walk in and take it, by when they try to walk in and take it, they get their asses beaten.
They went somewhere else, didn't they? What was the story?
Well, they tried to go in there and they failed, as far as I was aware. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. By the end of Numbers 14, I think it is.
Yep.
What does it say? I mean, there was a lot of infighting, as far as I remember, amongst the people. Somebody said, Moses shouldn't be the leader. That somebody else should be, and okay, so I think the narrative is that 12 spies are sent out into Canaan and come back to report to Moses.
No. The end of 14. The end of 14. Why are you displaying the Lord's command? This will not succeed. Do not go up, because the Lord is not with you. You'll be defeated by your enemies. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites will face you there. Because you have turned away from the Lord, he will not be with you, and you will fall by the sword. Nevertheless, then the presumption, they went up to the highest point in hill country. Though neither Moses nor the ark went with them, then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down, attacked them, and beat them all the way to Hormah, which I think that's how they spelled hell back then.
I'm just reading out to you from Wikipedia, the Wikipedia entry on the Book of Numbers, which I suppose most people, whose authority most people would accept. And they're just two sentences.
Wikipedia.
I will read out to you because it explains the story about the 12 spies who were sent into Canaan and came back to report to Moses.
Yeah.
So Joshua and Caleb were two of the spies, and they report that the land is abundant and is flowing with milk and honey. But the other spies say that it is inhabited by giants, and the Israelites refuse to enter the land. Yahweh decrees that the Israelites will be punished for their loss of faith by having to wander in the wilderness for 40 years. So that is the narrative as far as the Jews are concerned.
Yeah, it just seems really odd to prove your power to your people who doubted you by not proving your power. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, when they did attack, he didn't help them.
Well, he did help them later. They just sort of did it the hard way, because most of the Israelites say, if they're giants, let's not bother. But Caleb and Joshua said, no, it's fine. It's flowing with milk and honey. We should take it. But they were scared and they wouldn't do it, and therefore they were, they took the long way round and had to wander in the wilderness for 40 years. But they did take it in the end. But I mean, this is actually in harmony with a lot of real life situations when because we're scared, we don't do the obvious thing, and we take the long way round and waste our time and energy doing it the hard way because we're scared.
It's just really a strange narrative.
You don't have to disagree with everything just because I say it, Mark. I mean, this is, I've given you the official, Jewish explanation of the story of the spies.
Okay. I disagree with this long before I started talking to you, Claire. It's not all about you. Okay, so it just is a weird narrative that sort of, you ask the scouts to go out, they go out.
Okay, I'll give you a real life example that happened to me. I was with a girlfriend, and it was about finding a parking space. So because my driver friend thought that she would find a parking space nearer to our place of destination, she took the first one that she found, And when we got to the place of destination, we found that there was one right outside it, but because she feared not finding one, she just took the first one that was available, and that turned out to be the wrong choice. So here's an example, a parking example of the story of Moses and the spies.
Choice? What? How does that in any way tie into the Book of Numbers?
And are you trying to give a summation of just the Book of Numbers, or are you trying to give a summation of the chapters?
Well, the story about the spies. I was talking in particular about why the story of the spies is considered a great tragedy for the Jews, which they commemorate to this day on Tisha B'Av, which is when they ask themselves, why does God punish us? So this is one of the historic events that they beat themselves about, basically, because they're saying because the Jews were faithless and afraid of taking the city then, or wherever it was, they ended up wandering around for 40 years, suffering all the kinds of privations that they would not have suffered if they just
killed and
walked
dying
into the land flowing with milk and honey.
Yeah.
But isn't it weird that God needs spies, that they needed spies to begin with?
Well, no, I mean, God doesn't say, I'm going to, help you and actually move mountains for you. He's saying, I've given you the instructions, you follow them, and if you do, things will turn out right. But you have to trust in me. You have to trust in me, and you have to follow my instructions properly, and not, put on embellishments or, distort what I'm trying to say because it suits you, which is a temptation, I know.
I don't think this is a God that I would trust. Generally, a lot of his plans mess up. I'm trying to, before we actually continue, I want to know, do you think Moses existed?
I have no reason to think that he doesn't. I mean, I know people, hate things so much they want to deny the very existence of Jesus and Moses and Muhammad. But I mean, I have no particular reason to deny that they ever existed.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example of people who hate Moses?
You, Peter, you hate the whole idea.
Hold on. I think before we go forward.
When did you come up with that silly
thing? And we do a Socratic thing here.
Well, we don't. It'd be silly to hate Moses. I don't know why, but
yeah, I hate him. I hate him as much as
he seems like a pawn. Yeah. But do you think that Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad are equal historically?
Well, no, I mean, the first and last is always, more important than the middle bits, maybe, because, intellectually, psychologically, we kind of want a beginning and an end. So Abraham would be the first prophet because he thought of the idea of the Abrahamic God, and Muhammad is the last prophet in that, he said, the rules that I've been sent are the ones for us to follow. But
so then can I
ask a question? Abraham thought,
I guess, but that's going to lead to a different chain of thought. But go.
Yeah, she said Abraham was the first who thought of the Abrahamic God. That's doesn't compute.
Okay, well, Abraham was the one who conceived of the Abrahamic God. I mean, that's why it's called that's why Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are called the Abrahamic
faith. Thinking about Abraham Lincoln.
No, it's not. But are you saying that Abraham was the first person in the Bible then?
Well, he was the one. And Adam and Eve were the first, characters that occur in the Old Testament, right? We're talking about the prophets of God, and Abraham is the first prophet.
We've got a
case. So you've got two children.
But Muslims consider Adam to be a prophet of God too. But
that's the split. Isaac and Ishmael is the split.
But I want to go back to this whole. You said that basically the middle part taken basically a pot shot of Christianity, which is fine. We don't really care because we don't believe any of them. But we also, I would say, vast majority of us think that Abraham was a created fiction, a myth, or an amalgamation of oral tradition from thousands of years that eventually got written pen to paper. But like a man getting eaten by a giant fish, for example, do you think like all of these patriarchs throughout the Torah really did exist?
I don't know, of course, because I wasn't there, but I don't think it really matters. These are stories that illustrate a point. So the story of Jonah, it's
that's
basically
kind of what we're talking about at the moment.
What?
Well, whether it actually happened is kind of what we're talking about at the moment.
Okay, I thought you were interested in the meaning of it, but if you're not interested in the meaning of it, then I mean, why even talk about it? And if you're saying none of the characters exist, then there's no point. But actually, even lies serve a purpose. So if you want to examine this lie, then look at its
Sorry, can we
construction.
examine that for a second? You basically say it's fine to lie to people if it serves a purpose.
I think you might have heard of the concept of the noble lie, which is an Aristotelian concept. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. I might not agree with it.
Okay, but this, I think we're talking about numbers rather than whether Moses existed.
So the problem here is you've got a whole bunch of people believing stuff and dying and getting killed in the wilderness, and you're fine as long as that lie accomplishes something that you see as greater. And that's the problem. Like, you've got what we see as religions claiming these falsehoods or making false statements, getting people to believe something on the basis of lies. And I don't think it's noble, and I don't think it's good. I think it's pretty disgusting, actually.
So you don't think Jews should exist, that they shouldn't exist? But even if that's what you thought,
how was your takeaway from that? How did you take away me? Really, that's your takeaway? From me saying, hey, lies that result in existence, people dying and suffering in order to achieve your own ends is wrong. And you take away from that statement, oh, you don't like Jews. Seriously, how did you get there?
Well, you're saying that Jews exist on lies because you're saying that their God is a lie.
Than any other religion.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
Claire, can I give you a quick tip?
But I'm saying it serves a purpose because it keeps the Jews in existence, and whether you like it or not, Jews remain in existence, and you have to explain why they remain in existence. They've been around for how many thousands of years, and you're saying it's nothing to do with Judaism.
That is a total straw man. I don't know where you get your crazy delusions of what people say from.
Claire, can I give
Peter's
you...
going to make a comment, and then I want to bring in Fakadian Razi. I probably said that wrong, but Peter?
Claire, can I give you a quick tip? Instead of assuming what people think and who they hate, it would be a lot better and a lot more honest if you would ask people that. Because if you go on assuming what we think, we're not going to have a productive discussion.
You hate the idea of God, all right? Are you even going to deny that?
Okay, let's hold on. Let's test whether or not this is correct.
And you think it's all lies and nonsense, but how do you explain the existence of Jews?
Claire, let's test this. Tell me the name. Tell me the name I'm thinking of right now.
I don't pretend to be able to read minds, But
And yet, here we are,
Peter,
you reading minds,
Mark, are going to
telling
deny
me,
that you hate
telling
the
me
idea
who
of
hate,
the Abrahamic God. So,
telling me who I hate and who I do not hate.
yes, you do hate the idea of God. That's why you're here, throwing rocks at me.
You pretend to read minds when it suits you.
Yes.
And you suck at it.
Okay, so Peter, you love God. You love God.
Right.
You love religion. Is that what you're saying now?
How is that even the opposite of me hating God?
Can I address
I can't
this
hate
for a
a
sec?
fictional character. I can't hate anything that I don't believe exists.
And it would be nice.
I can't hate Muhammad because I'm not even sure that he existed. So,
but Muslims are around. Jews exist.
exactly.
And they wouldn't exist but for their religion. And you hate their religion.
And they are the poor delusional people who fell for an ancient myth that were you going to approach this in an honest way, you could figure out for yourself is fake.
And I want to address this because this was levered against me in specifically that I think this. And Claire has no idea what people think. She, as Peter said, she fails miserably at reading people's minds, although she attempts it all the time. So it depends on what God you're talking about to start off with. Whether
There's
I
only one
hate
God
that.
worth,
No. Let me finish. Let me
finish.
Let me finish, Claire. You've had your time to talk. That's it. It's my time. Now, depends on which God you're talking about. I do not hate the concept of an all-loving God kind of thing. It would be nice if that existed and there was these rewards and these amazing things awaiting those who believe, but I don't believe it. That doesn't mean I hate that concept. There are concepts of God, either the murdering God that we see in these pages and the God that wants gays to die and all of this stuff. Yeah, I intensely dislike that God. But again, I can't hate, as Peter said, rightly so and accurately, I can't hate something I don't think exists. It'd be like hating Santa for not bringing you presents. It's a ludicrous thought. And I wish that some versions of God were true. But and I like that version of God, but I don't think it's real. It's just a story. Yeah, I don't think it's real. But you want to say, oh, I read your mind. You think it. No, yet again, for the umpteenth time we've talked to you, Claire, you are wrong about what people think. When will you learn?
I know you hate you think the Abrahamic God is a lie, and I get
knowledge is demonstrable, Claire. Start with demonstrating how you know.
Yes, I mean, obviously, everything Marcus said shows his hatred of what he thinks is the lie, that God exists. And he hates religion because he thinks it misleads people into leading a different kind of lifestyle. And he thinks his lifestyle is the best for everyone. And
please, tell me more about
I don't know. I don't pretend to know Mark that well. Even I know that is for 99.9% wrong.
And I just want to say,
based on the conversations that I've seen Mark have on this show. Sorry, Amy.
No, I just wanted to say that I do not hate the concepts of a God. I dislike the what has become called the classical definition of God, the current monotheistic God. But just because I dislike the character, that's not why I don't think they exist. Like, it's not like, oh, I need to hate him and therefore I deny. It's like, no. If someone put a gun to my head and was like, do you believe the Abrahamic God exists? I'd tell you no. Like, you that would be the answer before the bullet left the chamber. And so I don't know what other. It's not out of like this anger. I will say, if he did exist, I would want to know. Good, bad, either way, I just want to know. And yes, so what's going to happen is is that Pakistani theist is going to make a comment. Probably someone may have a comment back or something, maybe one or two. But then I want to get Raza in. Then I want to get Amaretto in. And all right, Pakistani
That's
theist,
right.
you've been
Amaretto
waiting
is back there.
humbly. What's up?
I just wanted to say that, as we are speaking about numbers, there's an interesting thing which Bart Ehrman points out in his book. So he points out that, as Numbers was written by Moses, so in this book, he brags about himself a lot. In the book, he actually, in Numbers 12:3, he brags about his humility, that how humble he is. So that was something I found interesting in Numbers.
It's kind of paradoxical, isn't it? You're bragging about being humble. Yeah.
Oh, man.
How humble he is.
The other thing I've forgotten, and thank you so much for bringing that up because that reminded me. The other thing is, has anyone noticed that Moses fools God in this? Like he kind of tricks him into forgiving.
Yeah.
Like he kind of goes, if you don't forgive them, the Egyptians will hear about it, and then they'll think that you promised these people an oath and then slaughtered them, and you don't want that, God, because he
total Austin Powers.
Yeah, he appeals to God's ego and says, "Hey, if you kill them all, you're going to look bad, God. So don't kill them all." And God buys it. He gets totally
pretty good argument, and God accepts the argument. And also, the name Israel actually means...
He never thought of that before.
And I feel so bad, Raza. I saw you just drop out. I feel if you feel free to jump back on, and we will get you into the circle in a second. We're going to add in Amaretto.
Amaretto.
He's using. We won't.
Razi's my friend, by the way. Yeah, he's close friend.
Oh, okay. Did he drop by accident or?
No. He got bored.
He got bored. Oh, okay.
We were waiting him too long.
I was gonna say he was on deck. I feel bad. So if he wants to come back, he can have an opener. But since not, we're gonna move on. We're gonna bring in Amaretto. Amaretto, we are skeptic Bible studying. We are asking ourselves about spies, giants, and revolts tonight as we have a theological back and forth. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts?
I've not smoked enough weed to comprehend half of the shit that is going on this stream tonight. I am completely sober. But yeah, no, I just kind of wanted to join in. I'm kind of I was in and out on stream earlier, so kind of just more kicking back tonight and listening to the conversation. Anytime Panther joins, it's a good time. And plus I got Mark here, so I'm like, yay.
Likewise. Right back at you.
Yes. Also, hey everybody, be sure to punch your local Nazi today.
Oh
wow.
All right, can I join?
Aunt Chair doesn't like violence being advocated, I'll have you know, so we'll take that back.
Nah, no take backsies.
Oh, okay.
Just bruises. Just bruises and bleeding noses. But yeah.
We can burn a few flags if we want. That's
at least report them to your local hate group watch organization. I think it's Southern Poverty Center usually keeps a record of hate groups.
Southern Poverty Law Center here in the United States.
That's the one.
Does a really good job with it.
Yeah.
I have to say I do have a friend on Twitter.
You have a friend?
She might be my longest friend on Twitter. We have talked in real life as well, not in person, but over the phone. And I call her my Miss Marple. She is amazing. I give her a name, and she will dig up literally everything there is to find about a particular person. And So let's say that we have.
That's a useful skill. I mean, especially if she can navigate dark web to dig up like dirt there.
She is amazing. If it can't be found, it isn't there. I mean, we've had several times where we had to call the cops and have them go check out several things. If people are on Twitter, her name is the Ouroboros. Her first name is Sally. Follow her on Twitter. She's one of the most amazing people you'll ever meet.
Like the snake holding its tail, Ouroboros.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, you got a fan, Amaretto.
And if you ever need something something found, ask her. She'll find it if it's there.
And I am gonna do a call out. We got 30 more minutes, I think, until we roll out into outros. So if you are a Jewish individual, a Christian person, come on right now and tell us where we're getting it wrong. Give Claire some backup. Because we got two theists, but I'm pretty sure that Amaretto isn't a fan of the Bible.
That's an hour and a half in mortal time, right?
Hey, I'm sticking to it.
Amy, we're literally going to start taking. I'm going to start taking bets in chat. I'm going to start taking bets in chat on stream, because the joke is Amy says he'll start at like 12:15, and we're lucky if we start by 1:30. So
it's worth the wait.
Pat calls it Amy time.
Yeah, Amy time, pretty much.
We're having fun.
Did we lose the Muslim theists?
I think.
Yeah, I think. I think they were friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the other one left too.
Oh, Pakistan.
Yes.
Pakistani theist. Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah,
I think
his more interested in the career.
I think his friend got bored waiting, and then they both left. I understand you with your friend. That's what you do with your friends.
I did make a promise, Amy, so forgive me. I do have to do this because I told this particular individual that the first time I was going to be on your show, I would mention it. And since he's in the side chat, I can't forget to mention it. A few days ago, I was on Speed's channel, Answers in Atheism, and a theist from South Africa joined, and I urged someone in the side chat to come on and called him a coward and called him a troll like I usually do. And he ended up joining, and we did have a decent conversation. And I told him, my dear the Freak, next time I'm going to be on Amy's channel, I will tell Amy that you're not a troll, that you can actually have a decent conversation with you, and that I think that you should join on Amy's channel more. This is from the heart. I promise this.
There you go. You got the Peter seal approval.
I had to do it.
Shout out to the Freak.
And if we would have the Freak here, who thinks that Muhammad was a born again Christian, we could have a fun conversation, I think. So, the Freak, hop in.
Yeah, man, should come on, and I promise I won't be too nasty. I'll be really nice. I'll be on my best behavior.
I'll be honest too. I thought he was a troll. I really thought he was a troll. On Spies channel,
so did I.
Both online and offline, we had a really good conversation. So
okay, in your defense, he has said he's been trolling before, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I don't think
I thought the whole thing was a troll, though. Like everything.
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think
like
he is.
that. No,
but occasionally he has said, "Hey, I'm trolling."
Let's find out for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, please welcome the Freak.
Hey, the Freak.
How are you doing tonight? We are Skeptic Bible studying on Spies, Giants, and Revolts. Believe it or not, I hope you're doing well, the Freak. And what are your thoughts on the topic or anything we've been talking about?
Well, it probably would be disrespectful for me not to come in after what Peter had said. So you're very persuasive, sir. That's for sure.
Well, I did. I told you that I was going to do this. So
Yeah.
and I'm a man of my word. If I have a decent conversation with someone, I will tell that to others. I will let them know what I think, and so that's what I did.
Well, you know, as far as the story goes and whatnot, and the Joshua and the everything, you know, these are the things that even people are going to struggle with, because a lot of is unknown, or, you know, we didn't experience that level of scrutiny by God at that time with the Israelites in the desert and the whatever. I mean, call it lack of faith, call it, you know, establishing what the flesh is required of flesh to be pleasing to God. However he was judging at that time, we'll never know that. It looks very cumbersome, if you ask me. But these are the things that, for us in this time, when we look at Jesus Christ and he takes all that garbage away and you just focus on him, then you're set free.
I will agree that the New Testament is way better than this stuff. It's pretty mean, really, as far as, you know, from my perspective. I will give the New Testament that it's way better than the Old.
The New Testament doesn't even have
Claire's
rules.
telling Bubbles in chat that my call for violence is so off topic. Have you read the Bible? Violence composes a good chunk of the Old Testament. I'd say I'm pretty on topic with everything I'm saying tonight.
Well, I would disagree. I don't think
have
violence
any
should.
laws of God. It's only the word of mortal and fallible men. So nothing in it is suitable for being legislated for.
But isn't God pretty foul?
Won't you say the same thing about the Quran then?
No, the Quran is supposed to be the word of God and contains his laws.
But wasn't it written
but so is the Bible. But we know that these were both books written by men.
The first
as well as the Old Testament
books of the Old Testament is the Torah, and only the Torah is supposed to be the word of God in the Bible. Just so you know, that the rest are.
Well, it depends what
I mean, I'm aware, but
it's
just but the fact is, like, it wasn't written first person by God or some creator being. Everything that we have has all been written by a human being, Claire. So therefore, why is one better than the other? They are both the same, even if you purport it to be logistically, it's not. They are equal, on equal footing. They are both written by human beings.
If it is really from God, then obviously the word of God would trump the word of mortal and fallible men.
That's a big
if. Except
you don't have to believe it, but obviously Jews and Muslims believe that, you know, that their scripture comes from God, and as such trumps the word of mortal and fallible men. And the New Testament is entirely the work of mortal and fallible men. It's not even from Jesus.
So can I ask why he seems so fallible? Why he keeps on messing up like over and over?
So you're holding God responsible for the mistakes of men. I suppose God would say that I gave you instructions, you didn't follow them, and that's why you suffer. You know, in the same way that if you were given a recipe and you didn't follow it and your dish turns out bad, it's not the recipe's fault that it wasn't followed. And if you gave me directions and told me the way to San Jose, and I end up in San Antonio because I didn't follow.
Claire, can I give you an example?
It's not your fault because
can I give you an example?
That you didn't follow. Yes, Peter.
Can I give you an example? So let's say I'm a god and I want to convey to some guy in a cave who can't read and write. I want to convey to him that the stars are actually stars, that they're planets, And so I talked to this guy, and I'm omnipotent, so I can do pretty much everything I want. And then this guy writes down in his book that the stars are
A
lamps.
caveman would not
And
be
hold on,
writing
hold on,
stuff in
hold
his
on.
book.
Peter
A
finish.
caveman,
I
a
haven't
caveman
even
would be
Claire,
made
writing
my point
stuff
yet.
in his
I have
notebook. A
Claire,
caveman.
Claire, I
Stop.
haven't even made my point yet. So this guy writes down in this book that the stars are lamps and that you can throw them at demons and at people on Earth. And this God would be thinking, damn, these are planets. They're not lamps. You can't throw those at Earth because they're bigger than Earth. And it wouldn't work. You wouldn't hit a demon. You would just eviscerate Earth. So, and this omnipotent God, as you think, would not be able to convey to this illiterate man in the cave the difference between what is basically the sun that he sees, but much bigger, and that it isn't a lamp. You think a God wouldn't be capable of doing that?
And so we're going to have Claire respond, but instead of a skeptic responding to Claire, we're going to bring in Clockwork Rex. But Claire, yep, all you.
Thank you. The scenario that Peter gave is obviously ridiculous. Of a caveman with a notebook and a pen, and obviously an omnipotent and morally perfect and omniscient God wouldn't bother talking to a caveman and would know he wouldn't have a notebook and a pen. So basically, the instructions that were given to Jews in the Torah were
hold on.
capable of being followed.
Hold on. You missed something. I know you like to get your theology from Wikipedia, but the guy in the cave I was referring to was a guy called Muhammad. He was illiterate, and he wrote down everything his God told him.
He did write it down. He recited the words of the Quran, and it was taken down by scribes.
He memorized and let it someone else write it down. Yes, but this God was incapable of telling him what is actually the case, and just let it slide. And that's only one of few things. I mean,
human semen. That point?
A man's semen. Hold on. Why are you always over talking, Claire? Why are you?
Yeah, but you asked me a question. You're just talking at me. You ask me a question and don't get the answer.
If you wait until I finish, because I said this is only one example. There's another one that would be, and even at that time, you could say that they might try and figure this out, that the human semen in the body of a man doesn't come from between the ribs and the backbone. And this God would know, and it would be easy to tell this guy, this guy in this caveman, as you called him, hey, semen comes from your balls, Muhammad, not anywhere from inside your body. It would be so easy. It wouldn't be in the book.
Book of rules. It's not a science textbook, so I'm not interested in interpreting what all the scientific claims naturally mean. The only relevant rules for me in the Quran, the only relevant parts of the Quran would be the rules. So
I'm just impressed Peter actually managed to bring up semen in his stream.
I think it's because God didn't have knowledge of these nuts. No knowledge of these nuts.
See, this is what happens, and there we go. Clockwork Rex, I was trying. Please come back on.
Please come back. I will.
I'm starting to get pissed.
Well, Peter will have his rambles. I mean, the thing is, the narratives
Peter will have his rambles.
Do not matter. You either believe them or you don't. But obviously, the do's and don'ts of the Quran will matter if they become law. So just confine our discussions to that. Otherwise we'll be wasting time talking about whether Muhammad hit the moon or not.
I have a weird concept. I mean, if some of the stuff in the Quran is incorrect, how am I going to trust the do's and don'ts if this God doesn't even know?
No, just forget all the stories. I don't even deal with the stories because you either believe or you don't. But if you think the rules are fair enough, then follow them, obviously. I mean, do you have to believe that God exists to agree with some of the 10 commandments? Do you have to believe in God to know that murder is wrong and you'd like laws forbidding murder and
yeah, so some of those
theft
laws
and that
and
sort
most
of
of
thing?
those
Do
laws
you need to believe in God or not?
predated the Old Testament.
Murder is also not necessarily wrong.
Amy, you're on mute.
Reset my day. Okay. And so I just want to send once again to Clockwork Rex or anyone else out there. The link is in the stream. There is no one now behind stage.
Did we lose Clockwork?
Yes, we did. That's what I was saying. That as soon as I said that, that's when I was trying.
So who's the person under my avatar with the?
That's the freak.
Okay.
That's the freak. He's cool. And I think what's really weird, and what to bring it back to the original subject, what I find strange is that you said that the Bible was written by men and not even Jesus, but then you went on to say that Muhammad didn't write it himself, someone wrote it for him. So I'm failing to see why one book is written by God, even though it wasn't even Muhammad, his apparent prophet, that wrote it. And the other one is people who were disciples of Jesus, but that doesn't qualify for some reason. It's very, very strange to me.
I'm happy to explain that. I mean, so if you look at the New Testament, it's mostly letters from Paul to the Corinthians and Romans, the Ephesians, and maybe I've missed out some, telling them how to behave as Christians and how to conduct themselves as Christians. And then you have the canonical Gospels, which is basically Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, saying we saw Jesus, this was what happened to him, and he did come back to life and stuff. So that would be testimony, saying, we met this guy called Jesus, and this was what happened to him, and he did come to life. And these are just, witness statements, really. So, it's not particularly informative about how we should lead our lives. I mean, there's some mention of, the new covenant and all that, but it doesn't say what the new covenant is. Nobody seems to know. Not even Christians know what the new covenant is, except that, Christianity is whatever Christian leaders say it is, and they have disagreed with each other over the centuries. Because Martin Luther was
just like any other religion,
and John Calvin said it's okay. So basically, they keep changing their minds according to political expediency. And while the Quran is actually it's supposed to be the word of God, and people are able to follow it because they believe it to be the word of God, and that gives it greater authority.
Okay, so Paul, you said it's mostly just Paul, and that's not true. The Pauline epistles are not a large part of it, as you've inferred. I think that's totally misleading. The canonical Gospels, they did write down the things that Jesus said and the behavior and morals that he wanted them to perform. So I think sort of coloring it as, oh, they just sort of hung out with him, or they just wrote down this stuff is completely misrepresenting what they actually did. No one knows what the new covenant is, and they just say, Calvinists and other denominations have different ideas. Yes, that's true, but it seems that Islam has the same problem. You have Sunnis and Shiites. You do have disagreement on what the Quranic law actually is, and I don't think
but the Quran actually says don't divide your religion into sects, but they do. So if they do divide themselves into sects, they will suffer disunity and But
the point is that you're accusing sort of Christianity of having different sects, while Islam has the same problem, and for some reason you think this is evidence that the third-hand account of God, which is somebody writing about what Muhammad says, who is interpreting from God, is somehow greater or better evidence than a third-hand account from the disciples taking it from Jesus, who's getting it from God. All I'm saying is the same standard of evidence applies either way. And your thing that but the Quran gets it directly from God is nonsensical.
it's not nonsensical in that this is what Muslims
but
believe.
It's something similar. It's holding your own personal beliefs as the gold standard, but not, subjecting, your beliefs to like the same standard that you subject everybody else's beliefs to. It's kind of hypocritical.
Right. It's not
and
having
speaking as a theist, like you still
consistency.
have to be open to, oh, sorry, Mark. Sorry.
So no, I was just agreeing with you. I'm just going to point out that sort of it's not having intellectual consistency, saying intellectually these things are consistent. Sorry, back to you.
All I'm saying is that the Torah and the Quran are conceptually superior to the New Testament simply because they are believed respectively by Jews and Muslims to be the directly revealed word of God. So that's what they believe. I mean, you may think it was all, faked by men over the centuries, but that is what they believe. So conceptually, what is supposed to be directly from God would be superior to the word,
What's the difference between those people and Creflo Dollar and all these other
Well, no, I always find this weird. There's always this attachment to the Jews. Like the Christians try to say Jado-Christian. The Muslims are always like, oh, stop pretending we're like the Christian God. When what they really mean is we're tied to the Jewish God. But the Jews will generally... the Jews will generally go, no. I mean, Muhammad wasn't a prophet. He was just some pagan guy who just created a religion. He has no attachment to the Jews. Just made it up. They don't think
but
there's
lots of mentions of the Jews in the Quran. I mean, everybody's obsessed with Jews, Amy. I think know that.
I am sure. Well, it goes. I'll be honest with you. The normies actually don't care about the Jews. Like the 80% or more, if you were to ask them, the Jewish question, they're white and all this stuff. Religion, minority, they like them being kind of like similar. That's why they do the whole Jado-Christian thing. They want to have some kind of backing to it, but that is not always reciprocal. As in, the Jews view the Christians and the Mormons, if you think that they're under Christians too, and the Muslims, and that everyone else, they are just something else. Like they'll maybe say like, "Oh, that's really cute." That's we're flattered, but don't.
Christians worship a Jew. That's why they're obsessed. They're so obsessed with Jews, and they incorporated, the Jewish Bible into their Bible. So everybody's obsessed with Jews because Christians have had 3 global empires, and now it's about to collapse, and that's why People, when they get frightened, will go to religion. It's their first port of call. When they're frightened, they'll go back to the religion of their parents, ancestors.
What? Sometimes people go to religion when they're frightened. Not all the time, though.
Well, I mean, there's this expression, no atheist in the foxhole. Atheist in the foxhole.
Expression. Yeah, there's plenty of people that have fought in wars that are atheists, so I don't know what... that's one of the expressions that is completely inaccurate.
It's just a silly adage that
They have a section in what's that graveyard in America with all the white stones? Arlington
National Cemetery.
They have a section for atheists who died for their country.
I mean, it's like the thing that Charles Darwin, he had a conversion when he was gonna die. All the atheists stuff, not true. All the atheists, when they're gonna die, then they'll convert.
And you see some of the most gross behavior by some of the churches baptizing somebody after they've died.
Absolutely.
It's gross. And people said, Christopher Hitchens, he's dying, he's gonna convert on his deathbed and repent and do all of this stuff. He didn't. Right up until the end, he did not. And there's no reason. And the idea that just because you're atheist, that you can't believe in fighting for your country or fighting for what's right or sacrificing your life for other people and the freedoms of other people is just plain insulting, quite frankly.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Thank you, Amaretto.
Yeah.
The reason why atheists are supposed not to fight so hard is because as an atheist, you would believe that this life is the only life and you don't want to sacrifice it for some cause that is not going to benefit you. Well, if you really
That's the
believe in God,
dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because
Yeah, I got something to say to that too after everybody.
Yeah, why wouldn't you give up your life? I had this conversation earlier with a theist who on air couldn't say no when he was asked the question, if God was going to ask you to kill your only daughter, would you do it? He spent about 15 minutes trying to wiggle out of the question, and at the end managed to just get out. Probably not. For me.
Are you surprised that you would find a question like that difficult?
There we go with the over talking again. So if I was asked to sacrifice my life for my child, I would gladly do that. I'm an atheist. There are things that I would give my life for. And it doesn't have to be an imaginary fairy tale being like a god or something.
Okay, I mean, I suppose we'd only know if you were actually put in that situation.
But you're going to tell us what we all think.
Yeah, you would fly a plane into
I am skeptical. You know,
I'm just asking. You would fly a plane into a building.
Oh
right?
boy.
No, why would I?
Well, we think you would. Because we know what
it's your opinion, but
people like that, people like you are insane enough to do that.
I never advocate violence against anyone, and I hope to win.
Hold on.
You're promoting the non-violent whippings.
You just said that an atheist wouldn't sacrifice his life for a good cause. So apparently, this particular Muslima would not sacrifice her life for her God.
I did not say no atheist would make these sacrifices. It is just supposed that they are less likely to do so.
Please reply to the last part of what I said.
What was it?
See? That's your problem. You wait
until your turn. You speak so much, Peter.
It is because you wait until it's your turn to talk, and 9 times out of 10, you're getting even that wrong. I said a particular Muslima that we have in this chat would not give her life for her God. That is what you just said.
But I'm not Muslim. Thank you for drawing attention to that, but I'm not Muslim.
So what are you?
What are you? A theocracy, because I see that it would return the West to good moral order.
What are you?
I'm agnostic.
Well, she's an agnostic theist, to be specific, because I think she leans, she's 51% or 60 or somewhere closer to that.
Wearing a hijab?
I don't wear it.
She doesn't wear it.
She doesn't wear it.
I'm not wearing that, I don't.
Speaking of something to die for,
but if you want to talk about things she has worn, you can definitely Google her and you can find things that she has worn and accessorized herself with in the past. And that explains a whole lot.
I was trying to say that you should have worn this when you were posing in front of that flag. That
boy.
And okay, we are going to say we got 15, 20 more minutes, and then we're going to move into outros and finally Discord. But it has been fun. It's been spicy. If you would like
spicy meatball.
Exactly. The link is in stream, no matter YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. So feel free to join the live streams. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 3 more slots left. Almost a full deck. It's been fun.
But to that little bit of tidbit of convo earlier about atheists not wanting to sacrifice their lives for the greater good, or that is complete horseshit. You don't have to technically have religion or a god or belief in a god to be a good person. And there are Christians and Muslims and Jews and other religious, like people who belong to other religious groups across the world, who would not make those kind of sacrifices at all, even though they do believe in an afterlife and or reincarnation. Like, it takes a certain level of care to be willing to put yourself in harm's way for somebody else. And, just because something is a dominant force in a society like religion does not mean that it makes you a better person or inherently, better than anybody else who doesn't. And I hate that. Like, working in the bar and restaurant industry, a lot of people will come out to church or come out to like bars and restaurants after church on Sunday and tip service workers like shit because they think, oh, well, if you were a good person, you would have been in church like me. And they don't recognize that, no, some of us don't work regular 9-to-5 jobs. And the reason we're here is because of y'all bombarding our establishments of employment after your church sessions. And to
God will
be frank,
take care of them. Don't worry about it.
But it's dumb. Like,
God
the
will make
amount
sure
of
they get the tips they need. It's irrelevant.
I have seen, I have seen one good person who has left both like, a Jesus saves thing and left an actual legitimate hella good tip.
Have you ever seen where they leave the tracts that look like money, but it looks like money, then you open it up and it's a Bible tract?
It's shit. But you know what? Those kind of people, and Amy knows because Amy's seen some of this too. Like, Amy and I used to work in the same establishment together. That's how we met each other. Like, they
looks
do
like a
more
$20
harm to their
bill.
cause than good, because you're not going to convert anybody to your religion and faith, like, by leaving those and not actually treating people like, your landlord or your electric company. They don't care that you didn't, like, you can't pay your bills with a chick tract. It's insane.
Just pray about it. Pray about it.
We don't tip over
this is the thing. Like, coming from a theistic position, like, I hate a lot of theists, like, and not to say like hate as an actually truly hate the people. I hate the position and the hypocrisy that a lot of theists show. And I'm not going to say I'm a perfect person. I mean, I condone punching Nazis. But at the same time, I'd still say I'm not as shitty of a person as some of these other people that
as an actual Nazi.
Matt, listen. You know what? The guy who punched Spencer is my fucking hero. The guy who punched that Spencer dude is my heckin' hero. I love that dude. But I just think it's ridiculous, this notion that, atheists aren't good people. Like, people have their flaws, period. Nobody is going to be a hecking saint. That's part of being human. We are going to make mistakes. We are going to fuck up. There is going to be, cross lines of communication, because you have to figure there's so many different cultures and subcultures across this great wide world of ours. So, I don't think that, everybody is going to be 100% best friends club with one another, but that doesn't mean that someone is bad just because you don't like something about them. It's being able to be objective about how we look at people on a grander scale. You can personally not like somebody for several reasons, but just because, if that person's an atheist or a theist, that doesn't mean they're a bad person because of the attributes of them being an atheist or a theist. Yep. And context is important. And sometimes, people act the way they do because we don't, and we think poorly of them because we don't have the greater context. People have their good and bad days. But, I think it's preposterous, because I can guarantee you not all of those 9/11 responders here in the United States were all Christian or, people of faith. I can bet you there is at very least some agnostics and atheists in that group. And a lot of those people died that day trying to help people evacuate the Twin Towers.
You can bet atheists have died in every war, every battle almost.
Absolutely.
There's been an atheist. There's been members of the LGBT community. They've fought and died. They weren't always able to admit be who they are openly, but they've been here the whole time.
Yeah, you just might not know openly about it because of safety in coming out.
They weren't able to
those kind of beliefs in society.
Live who they were, but they were out. A lot of I'm sure there's a lot of atheists. There's way more atheists today than people realize, because a lot of people, they just don't mention it because of how it's looked down on.
Yeah, the backlash.
Or if you're in a Muslim country, might be bad for your health.
It could be. You could be killed.
And there's one other thing that I want to get out. Amaretto, you just talked a lot longer than I have. Can I say that I have no objections to you taking a long time talking?
Sure. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. But you know, I just
since we were timing earlier, I'm always happy to listen to you because I think you make a lot of sense, and I like.
That was just for openers. The 3 to 5 minutes is just the openers. Because
no,
try to get everybody in.
No, Amy, I wasn't referring to that.
Oh,
you're talking about
Claire,
gotcha.
Really?
Peter tends to
Claire's
ramble
in the chat saying, "I wonder if most deserters would be atheists." Still at the division, man.
Yeah.
Claire.
Why? Because if they believed in Jesus, they would be out there ready to give their life for oil company profits. If they run away,
and military contractors and military contractor CEOs. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget who's made the most money the past 20 years based off of American occupation of the Middle East and Southeast Asia.
And I can think of a couple of American politicians that are theists and have been draft dodgers.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, what that nice old man Donald J. Trump, who couldn't be bothered to go defend his country.
It's a tradition.
I mean,
Bill Clinton went to Canada.
Honestly,
George W. Bush went to the National Guard, which is not really dodging, but it's a form of it.
Amaretto.
Yeah.
I would give a 45 a pass, because if you're in the army, you have to be able to put on some kind of camouflage, and if you're that orange, I don't know if you would ever be able to blend in anywhere. So might be a thing, skin color.
I don't know. Can
you imagine him with a shaved head though?
You might not know, but if you might not know the reference, Peter, but if Gritty can blend in, then he'd have no problem. All hail our Lord and Savior Gritty, the mascot of the Philadelphia Flyers. Best mascot in the whole NHL. I dare say probably one of the best mascots in American sports, period.
And also, there is this other thing that I would like to illustrate with some kind of a joke. And that is, I think both of you, all of you would have heard of Napoleon and this lovely guy called Hitler. So some guy once asked, why is Napoleon always wearing a red vest? And one of the generals said, well, here's the thing. Napoleon goes out with us on the battlefield, and if he gets shot, he's going to bleed. But if he was wearing a red vest, then his soldiers won't see that he's bleeding, and they will keep up morale. I said, okay, and now I get it, why Adolf Hitler wore brown trousers.
There you go.
And I guess had an affair with his niece or cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently.
Did he? I never heard that.
Yeah, that too.
I believe so. I believe he had some kind of romantic thing going on for a younger female member of his family.
This is also a rumor, but I heard he made out with a bullet.
It's not a rumor. That is confirmed. That was shortly after he came back from the First World War.
I thought he was gonna say from the dead.
I mean, now that's a zombie I can definitely get behind mutilating and listen. You know what? What greater game would there be than taking down Nazi zombies?
That would be fun.
That's gonna be a movie at some point.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure there's
a zombie movie,
but they're already video game. If there's not already one, I mean,
hasn't Wolfenstein done that already?
I believe Wolfenstein has, but I mean, I'm a bigger fan. I'm a big fan of that. Needs to be a more common thing because you know what? You want to stomp out white nationalism and stuff.
SJW's
You want to
versus.
stamp out fascism. Teach your kids to shoot Nazi zombies.
Yeah. I mean, Nazism is always a safe choice as a bad guy, right? You're not going to have people lined up going.
Not too many.
EU. Well, yeah. What a strange world we live in when people are protesting.
I mean, listen. So I'm in the furry community, and there is a convention that's just been announced that's basically being run by furry fascists. A couple of well-known people who were canceled in the community.
Furry
That's
fascists.
the most frightening thing I have heard today, and I'm in chat with Claire.
Is that like when Prince Harry dressed up as a Nazi a few years back? He got
my gosh.
shit for it.
Oh.
Or was that William or Harry? I forget which one it was.
So hold on, it cut out for a second.
I'm curious.
Of all the universes
I'm
we could
curious.
have had.
But I'm just saying, everybody, there is a reason I made shirts that say Nazi furs F off. I made that shirt for a reason. There was a legit reason and cause and need for it, apparently.
I have to ask. Nazi furries. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
What animals?
I want to know. I want to know. The Nazi furries, would they all dress up in skunk costumes because they both stink and see everything in black and white?
I was thinking more eagles, right? Because of
the funny thing, Mark's a little bit close. One of the guests of honor, who is a comedian who was canceled for his intolerant beliefs, is a griffin. His name is 2 Griffin, like the number 2.
Peter Griffin? Really? No.
Peter Griffin, a Nazi. You heard it first.
But yeah, so but the con chair is a wolf, a female wolf. Her name is Peace Wolf, of all things. She literally has a peace symbol on her character's chest, and it's like, you are a piece of shit, to be frank. But yeah, I mean, and there's like a segment of furries called the Furry Raiders, who are literal Nazi furs. Like, they have armbands that they've made that kind of hail back to the Nazi, Furry Raiders that hail back to like the Nazi armbands, and it's kind of crazy just how many alt-right people there are. I actually had one threaten me at a con in Virginia a few years ago when I made those shirts. They were technically banned from the con, but they literally told me, "I'll see you outside in Tyson's Corner." So, to which I was like, "All right, I'll see you outside in Tyson's Corner, and I will beat your no-jawed ass up if you even try and do anything. But come at me, bro. What's up?" And like,
I've got a funny feeling. People like that would, if a Fourth Reich came, people like that would probably be the first one put in a camp and killed, kind of thing. You know, like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking.
And Claire, we all have 5 or so more minutes if we'd like to switch to theology. Ooh, is there something on your mind that you wanted to bring up? I do know you are outnumbered here.
She's been taking the chat.
Can I just?
But
one reply
we're having
to Mark.
fun going back and forth.
One reply to Mark. Mark.
Back to
yes, sir.
Look at the screen. Be kinder to eagles.
Oh.
See, eagles do not deserve the rap. Like, birds are cool. Birds are nice.
Have you seen Donald Trump with the eagle?
By the way,
I had to bite him.
Listen, the Eagles, even the Eagles knew that Trump was full of bullshit. It's like, back up, motherfucker.
Yeah. So what I would also like to say is that the guy in the picture is the Tucker. The bird in the picture is called Tucker, and I get to play with him every once in a while, which is pretty amazing.
That
actually,
is exceedingly cool. I got to say that is a beautiful bird.
Woo-hoo. Okay, guys,
do you think
2
I
more
can
minutes,
go out
and then
first?
we're going out.
I got so can I do my outro now and then take off?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, we were going to have 3 minutes, but I get the feeling we're not going to go back on theology anyway.
You can never leave.
So we are actually going
to... Can't leave us here with Claire alone.
So we are actually going to switch into outros, and then we're going to head over to Discord. So we'll have Mark start us off. as we move in and bring in the mimes. Woohoo! That's right. I hope you had a good time, Mark, where we have been talking about spies, giants, and revolts.
Oh my. Nazi furries.
Hope you have a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
You can always find me here. I've got a little YouTube channel. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Ignore it. It's fine. If I get any more debates, I'll put them up on the Discord, and you should join because you get all the latest updates and memes and very cool stuff going on over there. Do like and subscribe because we love for Amy to reach that magic 1,000, and we're going to have a lot more fun as it goes across. And you can always expect topics like eagles and Nazi furries and other frightening things to come up, and certain particular brands of insanity over here. But it was a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much to everybody, Amaretto, Amy, James, Peter, the Pakistani theist, Claire, for showing up and making things madness as usual. And DeFreak, how can I forget DeFreak? DeFreak. And if I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you next time.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Mark. Lovely having you on as always. And all right, we're moving right down the line. DeFreak. We have been Skeptic Bible studying Spies, Giants, and Revolts. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
You have a great show, great guests. These people are great people. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I'll testify to for certain. Well, I've got cut mouth terribly, but I just want to, kind of in my tradition, and just outro is, I've just got to say thank you, Lord, for taking away the burden of the flesh, that we can trust you and you pull us through to the other side. And amen. Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, DeFreak. And all right, and we're going to be heading over to Discord soon. We're going to be moving right down the line. Lovely to have you on as always, DeFreak. We're going to pass it off down to Amaretto. Amaretto, we've been having a Skeptic Bible study on Spies, Giants, and Revolts. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, always a good time, y'all. So you can find me on the Discord, on Twitter at Amaretto Kitten, although I do tend to have more of a social justice bent. Also, if you are aware, the state of Texas has essentially made abortion illegal as of today, or actually, I think technically yesterday at midnight. And the Supreme Court has currently refused to intervene. So if you care about pro-choice initiatives, please reach out and do what you can to support the people working in the state of Texas. And if you can help anybody in need or any of the organizations who are going to need help supporting people exercising their right of choice in the state of Texas, I definitely encourage y'all to do that and do some good. Other than that, this Bible, and let me tell you, it's funny because my partner's headboard, they inherited it, and there's like 2 Bibles in here from the person that used to own this. So, and I've looked at it a few times, and through the Bible studies here, I've definitely come to confirm that this book is not ADHD friendly. I can only handle so much at one time. And yeah, I joke a lot on here, but I also have my serious moments. And when I say, you don't have to be a theist to be a good person. And I'm a theist. So, I love all my atheist brothers, sisters, NBs, and anybody who, no matter what you identify as, I still love you regardless. And, just be a good person. to one another. This is definitely, the Bible study is definitely, while I joke about it, this does have value, because I can tell you a lot of people, even Christians, don't read their book as much as they say they do. And yeah, so, definitely, I'm sorry that there were people that didn't get to make it onto the show tonight. So I think, I speak for Amy and James when I say, like, we will try and figure out a way to make sure it's a little bit more engaging and get you guys in quicker in the future, so that you all can participate. Because we really do love, like, group conversation and discussion. And this show, it wouldn't be the same without all of y'all jumping in. So I love you all. Be good to one another until next time. And that's pretty much it for me for right now. I'll see you on the Discord.
Thank you so much, Amaretto. Sending loves. And all right, we are moving right along. Claire, we have been having a Skeptic Bible study along with some theology, some politics, some everything. Still hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
I had a great time. Thank you, Amy, for having me. My channel is, as my name, Claire Core. And I have a secondary one called Hardcore Prawn, I hope, which is where I'm streaming on at the moment. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain the story of the Spies. My seeking a parking space analogy only occurred to me on this show. So sometimes when you're explaining something to somebody, you end up learning something yourself, and I am, as always, grateful to you for allowing me to speak to your fellow skeptics who do not wish to lead a religious lifestyle, but I'm just saying we just need a happy balance between personal liberty and doing what we're supposed to do to look after society so that it's good enough to hand on to future generations, and talking about minimum standards of what is necessary to achieve this. So thank you again, Amy, for allowing me to speak to you and your guests.
Thank you so very much, Claire. And all right, Peter, we've been having fun. We have been Skeptic Bible studying on Spies, Giants, and Revolts, if you can believe it or not. I hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, people can find me on my channel. Gonna go for it. For once, I'll actually plug it, and maybe people can check it out. Currently trying to set up another conversation with a theist from down under, from Australia. Really nice guy. It's going to be his 4th time, I think, on our channel, and we usually have good conversations. He came up with a crazy topic, and I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, but I told him he's welcome every time he wants to come on. So we'll see what this one is going to bring us. Who knows? I literally have no idea. Yeah. So it's always nice to be on your show, Amy. And again, my sincere apologies to Clockwork Rex if I did speak too long and he did have to wait too long. I'll promise to do better next time. That's all we can do is try and improve ourselves. Conversations like this, I think, are pretty worthwhile. One of the things, and that's actually one of my pet peeves that came up during this one, is that there are still a lot of theists who think that they know what an atheist thinks, and I think it's about time that should stop, and that they should actually try and engage with people so they can ask them what they believe, what they think, who they hate, what they hate, and why they hate certain things. For me, it's I hate religion because it's not only bad for people who do not adhere to the religion, it's also bad for the people who do. There's a lot of abuse within the religion, pretty much all of the major three religions. So yeah, I will advocate for at least trying to eradicate religion from the planet, and I don't want to do that by law, because I think that is wrong. But if we have better education, I think that would help. And if we would at least encourage people how to think and how to question and how to be a decent skeptic, then the problem would take care of itself. Because in all fairness, there's no religion that can stand the burden of proof. There's no religion that has a better morality than secular morality. So I'm all for this, and I hope we get a lot more Bible studies after this one. Thank you, Amy.
Woohoo! And I just want to say you can also find Peter's channel down there at Gonna Go.
Lots more Bible studies. Lots more.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in just the book of Numbers.
The ongoing stories of Aaron Ra and Charles and Heston.
But you can also find Aaron Ra's channel. Trying to find the link.
In case you've never heard of it.
In case you've never heard of it, you can also find Peter producing the fantastic, kind of like the Big Brother show to this one, which is the Quran study on Sundays at Aaron Ra's channel.
And just to explain why I wasn't on camera, I'm actually at this moment working on all the artwork for the Quran lessons. The entire show is going to be animated. I've shown Aaron what I would like to do with it, and got the green light. So I'm probably
that's amazing.
Busy again.
Ooh.
But yeah,
try to tune in for that one.
Yeah, we're going to. I have it done for one show on our own channel. Simon's Funk has his Formula One show that's fully animated at the moment, and I want to do that for pretty much every show I produce to upgrade the production value again, because we can. So why not?
You have a cartoon Mohammed?
Oh my gosh!
No.
Oh no!
I have to say, I've done a lot in this community. The moment I started producing Quran lessons, I met the people on the panel there. All of them are ex-Muslims. They are an amazing group of people. One of them has made it over to Amy's channel. You all will know him, Mubarak.
Right, yeah.
And not only that, Mubarak is now a fixed member of the Gonna Go For It team as well. Whenever we have Muslims on, Mubarak will be my co-host. We've done 2 shows where we open our platform for people to have a conversation, and the first 2 were a Muslim and an ex-Muslim, and both of those great conversations, Mubarak and I didn't have to do a thing except reading questions from the live chat. So, and that is what I would really like to see. If you have an apologist on and an ex-Muslim, and they can have a decent conversation up until the end, no raised voices, no insults, no cheap shots. That is exactly the content that I'm aiming for. So, but yeah, the ex-Muslim group on Aaron's channel, all of them are amazing people.
Great guys, yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because Arn's a great guy too, so of course he would surround himself with other people like him.
Yeah, but so it is. You have to wait and see if you open it up, and the panel has grown. He started out there. I think it was just him and Bogey, and then he opened it up and let more people in. You always have to wait and see who comes in, and so now there's a pretty regular group of people that will join. But all of those are really amazing people, and there's only one show that I know of when the show ends, the people will stick around for sometimes for 3 hours after the show, and then we just had a show that lasted for 2 or 3 hours. So that explains the friendship that has grown in that group.
Wow.
And I'm really lucky that I'm part of that now. Right. That's amazing.
It's a great community we have.
Yeah, sure is.
And woohoo! Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you so very much, Peter, for being on as always.
Look, he's got
and
a big
in fact,
screen bird
we
with
need
him.
to get you, honestly,
Oh
Peter.
my
We need
gosh.
to get you set up for Debate Me Bra. I feel like you would be a fantastic contender for.
Oh my gosh.
We
Moonlight
just
wants
need
to
to
look
get a
outside.
stronger list of theists, and but that is
Praise
in the
won't do
works.
it.
We're trying.
Praise would not do it with Peter.
Really?
No.
Oh,
not
Praise wouldn't do it with Peter.
No,
But
no.
But okay.
Come on,
what are you gonna say?
Theus. Come on, Theus. Back it up. If you're willing to say it, say it in the debate.
I would love to do a show on your channel on Debate Me Bra. There's only one thing. I don't do debates, so if it's just an opening statement and then a conversation, I'd be more than happy to do it. In a fixed debate setting.
Well, you can have openings and then conversations and then closers. That's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're you could even call it a conversation. I know Peter has lovely.
I mean, listen, Peter, you've done some debating on here before, and just an open conversation. That's been like Amy's A+ content right there.
Well, I would love to do that. So if you can find me a theist and we're going to shoot for at least having a meaningful conversation, pretty much the same thing I do on my own channel, I would really love to do that.
Okay, sounds good to me. And
find me a theist and I'm in.
Bring me the theist.
Amaretto
Anna
is a theist.
That is true.
Wait, I think I know one, but then we would have to juggle times because he's in the same time zone as I am, but he's not an idiot and staying up all night. So
that happens to us sometimes.
Yeah, but if we can talk offline.
Or in Discord. But yeah.
Yeah.
But, let's go party on Discord.
But okay, I'm gonna hand it over to James to land the plane. James, we have been Skeptic Bible Study, and we've been looking at Spies, Giants, and Revolts. But now I'm handing it over to you.
Listen, I am not the Taliban, okay? You cannot blame me for that.
I didn't mean to do a building. You just don't know where you're flying.
To a party island.
Well,
I'm taking us to Fire Fest.
A furry island, yeah. Great. Anyhow, thanks everybody for coming along with us. So, 24 people, and it's 6:17 Eastern time. So, thanks everybody for coming on and listening to us babble and murmur and talk about the Bible. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming on. We will be back. Probably not tonight. Probably the day after. So, stay tuned.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
And all right, yep, we're working out the lovely Shroud of Turin episode. Oh, we are bringing on the fabrics.
Otangelo bait.
Going to have a role play. Welcome to come on. Oh, so that's what she said.
On the Shroud?
Excuse me. On the shroud, all over.
Not on the sheets, but on the shroud is okay.
Yes, on the shroud, it's fine. Make a smiley face if you can.
All over, right on Jesus' head, face.
I guess so. At least make Jesus happy.
You shot the crown of thorns. You got the crown of thorns all. Ugh.
Amy, if you consider the Shroud of Turin, that impression must have been made there by some kind of heat or something. So at some point, Jesus was hot between the sheets.
Oh, God damn it!
I'm just saying.
And for this award, I would like
oh my
to hand the dad joke winner to no. All dad jokes.
That's beyond the dad joke,
here.
Amy. That's beyond.
Amy, your Shroud of Turin's got a hole in Jesus' mouth.
Oh my!
Just trying to make my new OnlyFans content, Amy.
There's a glory hole in the Shroud of Turin. I didn't
only
know
if
that.
Does Jesus like to be on his knees as much as you do?
Yeah, I like Gavin. Does Jesus like to be on his knees as much as you do? Yes. The answer was yes. But okay.
You have Gavin under there?
Oh yeah, I don't know if you know Peter, but yes, we've had Gavin under the
He's wearing a dog collar and he's down on his knees under there.
He has
for a while.
It's been nice. Now he has a use for not wearing pants.
He's been a good boy.
Oh my gosh, Amy.
Good
oh my gosh.
Good boy.
This episode's getting demonetized quickly.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's the R-rated version of Mythbusters. We're having fun. But I hope you all had a fun time.
Gavin's having fun anyway.
Gavin, are you having fun?
Yeah,
he says he's having fun.
Is water wet?
Woohoo! I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study. Spies, Giants, oh my goddess, and Revolts. Where's my sword? I'll take the hammer.
Gavin must have got it. The sword.
He must have got it. He must be put in places where
that sword. Yeah.
You're gonna have to find it, James. Anyway, in Spies, Giants, and Revolts, where God had Moses send spies to their enemies, then had us witness a land of giants. You know, before God's chosen people ultimately revolted against the almighty creator of the universe.
Because apparently giants are more scarier than he is.
I know. Apparently they saw like the omnipresent creator, like I said, of all that exists, and they were like, nah, I'll take giants, or I'll take you over giants. Yeah.
Jolly green giant.
He's good. Yahweh's got to be pulling a Rodney Dangerfield at this point. Just can't get no respect. Just can't get. It doesn't matter how many people I kill around here. I just can't get no respect. But I want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guests Piata, Pakistani theist Mark Reed, Claire Caw, Amaretto, and Duffreak, along with our viewers, the lovely people in chat, and our mods who make this stream so great.
Thank you, guys.
Don't forget to like, follow. Exactly. Don't forget to like, follow, or and subscribe. Then switch that bell icon so that you can actually be part of our live streams. If you'd like to come join us, we'll be heading to the Discord afterwards to chat with the community. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, we offer unique perks for your support at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will all see you on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, guys.